Lake Lane, and believe it or not, it's normally not actually looking like a lake. This is a street right here. You can see neighbors trying to get out of this neighborhood with their golf carts as they are overwhelmed. And there's something really different. The reason we chose this location, as you can see them trying to, I think that's the right way to do it. The sidewalk there is the only way to get through this. They were going to try to get a car out. They've got a car in the garage. They were hoping to maybe be able to make it through this road, because here's what neighbors are worried about. In most places around Central Florida, the water's going down, but here in DeBary, it's rising. That guy that you just saw go with the golf cart there says he's been here for about an hour. He's helping his friend out, and this has risen 3 inches in the last hour. Neighbors here are tense. They are worried as their homes are just in some cases inches away from being inundated with flooding. So I feel for these folks. And what I'm told is, I don't know if you could see this, photographer Corey Murray, but if you go down to the end there, if you can see that golf cart, where that golf cart came from, and they're trying to get that car out, that's where this all started yesterday. They said there was a trickle from a storm drain. Next thing they knew is this happened in 24, 36 hours. Their road is inundated. They can barely get out. This is just one of the problem spots in the DeBary Country Club area. So a lot of issues. We're talking to a lot of the neighbors. We're going to have that for you coming up. But I do want to talk about the issues we're seeing throughout the state. The big ones are power and gas. People rushed to fill up their cars with gas before the hurricane came, and now they're trying to get gas into the state. It's a real issue right now. Let's listen to what the governor had to say earlier.
We will work to bring fuel in from other places if that needs to be done. But I know there's a lot of fuel in the ports that were not taken out prior to the storm, so that'll happen. And we're going to make sure that there's fuel. But we do have a lot of fuel in the state of Florida. We've got 1 million gallons of gas, just state inventory sitting around that can be used, 1.5 million gallons of diesel. And then you still have to be able to do the dockside at the Port of Tampa, these other places. So that's being worked on.
So I know this is just one of the many areas dealing with these rising river, flood, and lake levels. No problem, ladies. They really want attention brought to this street so that the city does something to pump this water out of here. But I want to get you over to Laverne McGee. She is in Astor right now dealing with similar issues along the St. Johns River. Laverne?
Hi, Matt. Yeah, it's windy out here, but a beautiful day. But I want you to take a look at the St. Johns River behind me. I've got a bird's eye view for you. I'm here at Drifter's Bar and Grill Restaurant, Riverfront Restaurant, which they're open, but we're up on the top deck. But I'm having my photojournalist pan down. He's going to show you. That's the bottom deck. Can you see that down there? Obviously, nobody can use that right now. You can see how high that water is. So we are on the Lake County side. This is actually the border between Lake County and Volusia. So take a look at the bridge. That is Astor Bridge. And you can see the gate is up. Now, they just lifted that gate up. It was closed. They were not letting people pass through. And right now, you can see the waters along the riverbank here across from where we are, how high it is. That's a motel across from us. There's some boats in that marina there. But as we look down the river, we can see there are homes here that are along the edge here. We've been out talking to people. They say they're used to it. They've never seen the waters this high, but they are used to it. So we haven't heard of any severe problems. We have heard of some power outages still, but this water is getting very high. It's in the danger zone. You probably heard Julie Broughton talking about it. She gave me a quick lesson on this, how this water is flowing north, one of the few rivers where the water flows north, and you can see how high it is here. So keeping an eye on this for the weekend. There's no rain. You'll have to check, of course, with the meteorologist about that. No rain in the skies right now, but the issue is all the smaller rivers kind of feed into this river. So that also causes the river to go high. And some of the people here told me, hey, don't go out on the boats because the water just splashes out and goes into the homes and the buildings. So they're hoping that people stay off the river. And even on the roads, when they're going down the road, sometimes that is causing water to splash back into homes. So we are keeping an eye on the St. Johns River for now. We are live in Astor, reporting for News 6, getting results News 6. Back to you.
Hey, Laverne. Actually, we're getting a truck trying to get through here right now. Fortunately, it's a very high one. Laverne, I wanted to ask you a question because I'm curious about the folks in Astor, how they're feeling about things. People in this neighborhood are very tense as they expect the water to keep rising. Nice big truck there. That's what you want to have right now. So, Laverne, are they tense out there, or do they just know because every time a storm comes through, we tend to make our way out to Astor because there's flooding? How are people feeling in that area?
The people that I've talked to so far, they're prepared. Of course, as you said, they've been through this before, so they know what to expect. Like I said, a little higher than normal, but they seem to be prepared. I see sandbags everywhere. I see neighbors out helping each other, picking up debris. It's a really strong community here, and they all seem to be looking out for each other. Like I said, we're happy that the folks here at Drifters Riverfront allowed us to come in here on the second deck and show what's going on here. There's actually people downstairs, and they come in here and they take a break after they've been cleaning up their homes and pooling out water and getting rid of sandbags, refilling sandbags. So again, they're keeping an eye on things for right now. There's no sense of worry, but they are concerned and optimistic. Matt?
Good. Let's hope they can hang on to that optimism as these water continue to rise here. Laverne McGee live in Astor for us. Thank you very much. Want to take it into our meteorologist, Julie Broughton, because she's been tracking these river levels for days. And Julie, I'm curious, we're expecting these things to crest maybe in a day, maybe in a few days?
Yeah, it just depends on the exact location. And Matt, we are getting a lot of questions about, hey, the radar looks like this. It's scanning out dry. Why are we still concerned about flooding? Why are some of these waterways still rising? And you'll notice all of these areas of green. That shows us where we have those advisories in place. Now, remember, the St. Johns River starts south of Brevard County, runs north through the state, and empties into the Atlantic off the coast of Jacksonville. So all of these waterways are connected. Some spots picked up 10 to 15 inches of rain. So all that water has to go somewhere. Now, we just checked in with Laverne. She was in Astor at the St. Johns River, and the previous record for a crest, which a crest is when it stops rising and then begins to go back down, was 4.71. That was during Ian a few years ago. Currently, it is at 4.8, so it should crest right about there and then slowly begin to recede. But again, here's a look showing you where all these gauges are. And again, all of these rivers are connected. We saw Donovan Myrie out at the Little Econ River earlier. The Little Econ runs into the Econ, which runs into the St. John. So water takes the path of least resistance, and sometimes that means flooding. So all the places where you see those purple markers, that shows us major flood stage. So when we are talking about major flood stage, that means water going into the roadways, water going into homes and causing problems like we are seeing. Here's a look at the St. Johns River near Sanford. This one is still rising, so it is predicted to crest again on Wednesday. So we're talking about slowly rising into moderate flood stage. And again, that is problematic. That is when we see these issues like we have been reporting on, because there's just so much water in a short amount of time, and it's all kind of trying to find its equilibrium and find where to go. We'll talk about some more river levels and, of course, our weekend forecast for you coming up, Matt, in just a few minutes.
Julie, you mentioned the speed of this. You said it's slowly rising. It's almost more painful for the people in these neighborhoods as they're all struggling with this decision. Do I need to stay in a motel tonight?
Yeah.
Do I need to try to get my car out of the garage? So you're saying it's going to continue in a lot of areas with that slow drip rather than any sort of flash flooding worries like we had the other day.
Yeah, and I think so many people thought, okay, the hurricane went through, it's over. For so many people, it's just beginning, because the water that you're in, that's not going anywhere fast. It is so problematic and so hard to recover from, and water is so dangerous. You know, more people die from flooding than any other weather hazard. So for so many people, the problems from Milton are just beginning.
Yeah, this is turning out to be the real disaster from Hurricane Milton, at least in Central Florida. Julie Broughton, thank you so much. We appreciate you. I do want to talk about the other thing a lot of people are struggling with right now. Let's bring out those power outage maps, because a lot of people are still without power, and they're massive. It's a massive issue in this state. More than 2 million Floridians still without power. Similar numbers to what we said yesterday. This is a current look at those outages across the state, including thousands here in Central Florida. 4 inches? Okay, in the last hour, I just got the latest update from neighbors here. It has risen 4 inches in the last hour. So it is going up and up. Seems to be coming up from storm drains and from lakes and retention ponds right around here. Another place seeing a lot of issues, believe it or not, is Orange County. A lot of power outages in that county. Our own Ezzy Castro is following the story from there. Ezzy?
Percent of those who were knocked out from Milton. Okay. We have crews that have worked through the night. They were working all the way up until 2 a.m. New crews went out around 6 a.m. this morning.
Michelle Lynch with the Orlando Utilities Commission says it's been busy over the last 24 hours as hundreds of OUC crews continue to work to get power back for residents. She says they have 282,000 customers across Orange County and St. Cloud. This takes time. It's not right away. We're hoping it is, but it does take time.
Right. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot of downed trees. If you've got a huge oak tree, it could take several hours to clear that oak to get to the areas that we need to restore.
We spotted OUC crews near Conway Road this morning and Orlando police directing drivers since traffic lights were out. Workers are also getting ready to use drones like this one to assess damage.
It's been nonstop work for these crews. In fact, I was actually just driving on Lake Margaret Drive here on East Orange County, and you can see they were already working. They're trying to get power back up for customers.
So if you're in the dark still, know that help is underway.
Driving around today, we also spoke to a lot of folks who are without power, and one of the main struggles, especially for older folks who are on a fixed income, they had all their food in the fridge, they lost power, and much of it is already spoiled. And so we're going to talk about Second Harvest Food Bank and how they are Welcome back to News 6's special coverage of Hurricane Milton. I am Matt Austin live in a drenched neighborhood here in DeBary in Central Florida. Normally just a beautiful street that you would drive down. It has turned into a conglomeration of many lakes. And one thing I have noticed being in this neighborhood is today it is not your house, my house. This is our community. People are really looking out for each other, and that's what it takes. People needed to get fed before this hurricane hit, and they most certainly need to get fed now. Second Harvest Food Bank does a great job of that. Our own News 6's Nathaniel Rivas has been covering that part of the story today. Nathaniel?
Yeah, Matt, as you can see, certainly a lot going on here at Second Harvest Food Bank. Workers were here as early as 7 a.m. to get operations back underway. Now, I want to show you some of these boxes here. These are boxed meals delivered from Disney this morning, more than 14,000 meals delivered by the company. And over here on this side are more boxed meals from Feeding Florida. This is part of 4 tractor trailers worth of boxed meals. And here's some video we got from earlier this morning. Definitely a sense of urgency from the workers to get food and water prepared for everybody in need across all of Central Florida. Different partners and nonprofits were here loading up trucks full of water, fruit, vegetables, and all kind of non-perishable goods. Volunteers were also here making boxed meals and sorting some meat in the back. Now, I talked with one of those nonprofits along with Second Harvest Chief Development Officer Greg Hickerson about all that's going on today. How has the operation been going this morning?
You know, we've been very, very busy here after Hurricane Milton. The need just spikes in those areas that are hardest hit, and so we're distributing more food even than we do on a daily basis, which is really saying something. So we've got a lot of activity going on here today, food coming in, food going out, lots of volunteers packing boxes, good stuff.
I'm here with Pauline Jackson for Jesus Loves You Outreach. Pauline, how important is it to have a place like Second Harvest that has all these goods, all these food ready to get out to the community?
It is very important. If it wasn't for Second Harvest, we wouldn't be able to feed the families that we feed. We feed hundreds of families every month. And without Second Harvest, people would suffer because we can't afford to buy the food regular from the store to feed the people. So we have to have Second Harvest with the 19 cents a pound, the free food that they give us and stuff so that we could give people a balanced meal.
You can definitely hear the gratitude in Pauline Jackson's voice. Now, as you can see, there are still some volunteers here at Second Harvest Food Bank, but Greg told me they are in need of more volunteers. And coming up at 4:30, I talked to some of those volunteers, and you can find out ways that you can also get involved. Live here in Orlando, Nathaniel Rivas, getting results, News 6. Back to you.
Yeah, Nathaniel, a lot of people think Second Harvest is just that one location, that one building. They spread food out all over Central Florida. I was in Sanford earlier today to a site where Second Harvest gives out food for that church there to give out more food to people. So very important work they're doing, especially right now. Nathaniel Rivas, thank you very much. It's time for us to send it back into the studio to Justin and Lisa for more of your headlines. Guys?
Yeah, we are hearing those stories, and we love to hear them in times like this when we are surrounded by images of so much disaster and destruction. To see the people coming together and helping out their neighbor, Disney stepping up, lots of small businesses doing everything they can to help their communities as well.
So many people so eager to get out and volunteer their time when we know that the cleanup at their own home probably is still ongoing. So thankful for them and thankful for Second Harvest Food Bank, and we know the need will only get greater as time moves on.
Also thankful for this drier and cooler weather that we're having right now. Julie Broughton standing by. A lot of people still don't have AC and trying to make repairs to their house and clean up. And the last thing we would need right now is more rain.
Right. And it's so weird always to go out after just a horrific storm like Milton, and then suddenly the weather feels so nice. It's so odd. Mother Nature is interesting, isn't it? This is what we're still dealing with out there. As Lisa said, a lot of folks are going to be dealing with some cleanup, and still we have impacts across Central Florida. This is our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera in Daytona Beach, and I'm showing you this because I really want you to look at the surf, how far it goes up. There are hotels and condos. This is obviously not a beach weekend. We are talking about coastal hazards. You heard us talking about the potential of storm surge, even though the system was not making landfall in our area. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos was talking about it. We were all tracking that, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Now, we are approaching high tide in Daytona Beach right around 2:50, but again, a lot of rough beach conditions right now. Here's a look at our current winds and wind gusts. Things have improved a whole lot for us over the last 24 hours. I think the winds will begin to relax a little bit more into the weekend, but still, we're talking about winds gusting around 24 miles per hour right now in Daytona Beach. A lot of gusty conditions out there across Central Florida. Here are those coastal hazards we were talking about. These will extend into the weekend. We do have high surf advisories in place, and at times we are seeing seas still around 9 to 12 feet. As we mentioned, we're talking about high tide in Daytona Beach coming up here at 2:55, a little bit later in Cocoa Beach at 2:59. So just if you do go to the beach, just look, don't get in the water. Water vapor imagery showing us why we are seeing those beautiful blue skies across much of Central Florida. All the orange represents dry air. That dry air behind Milton was kind of slow to build in, but it is here. So that's what it translates to on the radar. Notice we're scanning out, not finding any showers to track. We can't completely rule out an isolated coastal shower, especially south of the Cape. But notice all of these green boxes. That is where we have those flood advisories in place. We've seen all of our reporters out at the different locations, and I want to show you this map, giving us an idea of where all these flood gauges are, and all of these waterways are connected. So the St. Johns River starts to our south, rides to the north, and then exits out over the Atlantic. So all those little smaller rivers, streams, lakes, tributaries all feed into the same place. That is why some of these levels are still rising. Remember, we got a lot of rain in a short amount of time. It all has to go somewhere. So St. Johns River at Astor, that is a record. Now at 4.8 feet, we think that is the crest. It will begin to slowly subside, but even as it does so through Tuesday, we are still at major flood stage, meaning we are talking about that water going into roadways, into homes. St. Johns River near Sanford looking at 7.6 feet by Tuesday, so slowly rising through the weekend. St. Johns River near DeLand also at moderate flood stage, looking at about 5.5 feet. And then the Little Wekiva River near Altamont Springs, that's going to be slowly subsiding, but we've seen lots of folks in neighborhoods near there really having a lot of water intrusion. Here's a look at the tropics. I know none of us want to look at the tropics, but we do have an invest way off the coast of Africa. It has now gone up to a 50% chance of further development over the next few days, extending to the next 7 days. It looks like it will be moving into an area that's not super conducive for like a long-lived storm. So that is our hope that it will not be an issue for us. It is way out in the Atlantic. Nothing to worry about at this moment. Here is our 7-day forecast. Again, the weekend, a lot of folks cleaning up, a lot of folks dealing with, that lack of power. 83 tomorrow, 85 on Sunday. And then we have a cold front coming in at the beginning of the week, leaving us with highs in the 70s for Wednesday and Thursday.
All right, Julie, thank you. Rumors on social media that Disney was underwater debunked.
We're going to break it all down for you coming up next.
Well, you probably have seen this image before on your social media feed. It's a viral image online that prompted a whole lot of rumors that Disney World shut down due to flooding.
Yeah, these photos are from Facebook user Reggie Allen showing Magic Kingdom underwater. And guess what? These are fake. Big shocker there, they were made with AI.
Magic Kingdom and all of Disney World was just fine during the storm. In fact, they reopened earlier this morning, but that does start a bigger conversation about not believing everything you see online.
Yeah, with Milton, with Helene, we have seen a lot of misinformation. So just be sure that you always get your hurricane information from a trusted source like us, local news station, or from the National Hurricane Service. And in this situation, maybe just check the Disney website.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you see images like this, it is shocking, and it certainly grabs your attention. We've all been to Disney before.
And it wouldn't be all that shocking either.
No, and seen the iconic castle, but don't trust Reggie Allen, even though he has that little blue check mark by his name. This was all fake. And we do have crews, though, live across Central Florida, surveying the damage that Milton left behind with live video feeds. So
actual stuff.
Of actual stuff. More on that when we come back after the break.
Welcome back to our special coverage on the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. I'm Justin Mormon.
And I'm Lisa Bell. Milton hit, of course, on Florida's west coast, but a little more inland.
Yeah, one area that sees perhaps the most flooding across our area is Seminole County.
And News 6's Catherine Silver joins us there live. Catherine, I know you've been out in that area before Milton hit, during the storm, and now afterward. How are things looking today?
Well, we are in part of Geneva that's not far from the St. Johns River and Mullet Lake. This is Retreat Road, and I want to show you what the flooding looks like here already. So right now, there's more than a foot of water on this road, and this is before the river has even crested. So right now, only high-rise vehicles are able to get in and out of here. I want to show you some video of exactly why that is so you can get some perspective. The emergency manager told me today that he thinks the water levels will keep rising around the St. Johns through the weekend and the start of next week as all of that rain we got from Milton starts to flow downstream. So people here in Geneva, they're used to this. They know the drill, and they know that that means this water won't be going anywhere anytime soon. They just hope it doesn't get high enough that they're without power and without access. Any water in homes, or is it all on the roads?
It's all on the roads right now, but the river's going to continue to come up. And the last storm, it was 7 inches from going inside our house. So hopefully it doesn't get that far.
Yeah, they've certainly had some close calls, but the emergency manager tells me right now, if the forecast holds, they don't expect that we're going to reach Ian levels of flooding. Of course, that was historic. So if it stays the way that they think it's going to go, the water will keep rising about another 2 feet for the St. Johns River above Lake Harney. That's 2 feet below that Ian record. It is still major flooding. To prepare for that, a sandbag site did open in Geneva at the fire station today. I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
And Catherine, let's hope it doesn't go above what they are expecting. Yeah.
No doubt. And I remember Catherine being there during Hurricane Ian and having to access a lot of people's homes. In fact, she interviewed someone on a boat throughout their home.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't get to that point, Catherine. Of course, we will continue to watch it, and we do want to bring in meteorologist Julie Broughton as well to talk about this. It's something that we've been discussing, and we knew we were going to discuss this. It's something that happens each and every time there's a storm, and especially one that dropped the rainfall that this one did. So I know you're watching these river levels. There's not much else that we can do, though, at this point. Like, if you live in that area, you just have to hope.
Yeah, the water's in the system. The water's moving around. And that's, I think, what's so confusing for so many people. And for so many people, it's just really starting, and a lot of those rivers near where Catherine is are still rising.
And they're basing those estimates on the amount of rainfall that we had and just historically what we've seen.
Right, and we're talking about some spots got 10, 12, 13 inches of rain. And remember, Milton moved through fast, so that's a lot of water coming down in a short amount of time. And over the last 30 days or so, we had already seen quite a bit of rain. So I want to start out with the levels near where Catherine was. So this is the St. Johns River near Sanford. So right now we're talking about moderate flood stage, just over 6 feet. But look, we're expecting it to keep rising through Tuesday. So we've got several more days to see that slow rise. Hopefully cresting, we think, around 7.6 feet, or looking at 7.8 feet cresting Wednesday. The record there is just under 9 feet. But again, you know, the purple where you see, we're still talking about getting close to major flood stage. So that's causing a lot of problems. The one good thing in our forecast is we're not going to be putting any more rain into these waterways for the next several days. This is our water vapor imagery. You notice I always say, oh, I love the water vapor imagery because it really tells the story of what's going on in the weather. These are the moisture levels in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. All that orange, very dry loft. We did manage to squeeze out a few isolated showers, mainly south of the Cape this morning. We can't rule out maybe an isolated sprinkle or two just because of a strong northeasterly flow, but as you saw, there's just not much moisture in the atmosphere to wring out any of those showers. Notice the delineation of these advisories, these flood warnings. They're all right along the St. Johns River because all of these waterways, all these streams, all these lakes, they're connected. They flow into one another. And everywhere where you see purple, that shows us where we're talking about somewhere at major flood stage. So we've seen Donovan Myrie out along the Little Econ River. He's been along the Little Wekiva River. All that flows in together, and that's why the situation really is so troubling and why it's continuing. The St. Johns River at Astor, Laverne McGee was out there earlier. That is already beat the record of what we saw during Ian. The record was just over 4.7 feet, and it crested earlier today at 4.8 feet. So now it's gone down to 4.79. But notice even that slow decline as we head through the weekend and next week, that is still major flood stage. So this really is going to be a lengthy process to get this situation better for a lot of folks dealing with this.
All right, Julie, thank you. In Brevard County, we now know it was an EF1 tornado that caused this damage in Cocoa Beach. Just as Milton began to move in, we were out there throughout the night, throughout the morning. According to the National Weather Service, the twister packed winds of 85 to 95 miles an hour when it ripped through a shopping plaza near State Road A1A and Banana River Boulevard. Several businesses damaged, including that Wells Fargo there. The bank had its roof ripped off, with part of that going through someone's home.
So my wife just screamed and she said she saw the funnel go by, and then like all hell broke loose, and it was 15-20 seconds and we heard a huge bang.
That homeowner says he's probably looking at about $150,000 to $200,000 worth of damage. A supercuts and an eye doctor's office nearby were also damaged in that tornado. Now, back on Monday, a mission traveling millions of miles launched from the Space Coast just in the nick of time.
And now that the hurricane is over, another interplanetary mission could get off the ground very soon. News 6's James Sparvero tells us how the Kennedy Space Center fared during the storm.
So I can't get back onto the base of the Space Center just yet, but I can show you through the Space Force pictures of the damages that they're reporting. It looks minor, fortunately, and that means that the Space Center and the Cape could reopen at any moment. We hope so, because NASA's thinking that Sunday might be its next launch, and it's going to be a mission going to Jupiter. Here's Bill Harwood from CBS News telling us more about that.
NASA's going to launch the Europa Clipper on top of a Falcon Heavy rocket. That's a $5.2 billion spacecraft that's going to Jupiter to study the ice-covered moon Europa, where scientists think there's a subsurface sea that may prove to be habitable.
And liftoff. Go Hera, go Falcon, go SpaceX.
The last launch here was back on Monday. That was the Hera mission. It's going to study the effects from when NASA intentionally crashed a spacecraft into an asteroid. I know it sounds like it was something out of a movie, but that really happened 2 years ago. NASA called it its first planetary defense test. Back to Europa Clipper. If the Space Center can reopen very soon, that launch could happen as soon as Sunday afternoon at 12:12. For now, we know that the KSC Visitor Complex will reopen tomorrow. At the Kennedy Space Center, I'm James Sparvero, Getting Results News 6.
And Central Florida's airports are back and ready for business, and that includes in Melbourne, where Milton caused some pretty hefty damage. Airport leaders say strong winds knocked 2 large sections of the roof loose around 2 a.m. yesterday, leaving about a 30-foot wide hole. One fell to the ground right in the middle of the terminal. No one was hurt. The airport actually reopened earlier this morning.
2 years ago, the Orlo Vista community of Orange County experienced devastating flooding during Hurricane Ian. Since then, the county has been working on a major flood mitigation project. So take a look at your screen here on the left. That is a picture of what the flooding looked like when Ian hit. It was a mess. On the right was Milton. Needless to say, mitigation worked. Here's a view from Sky 6 this morning. The retention ponds appear to be quite full, but the water did not overflow into the neighborhoods. The project included dredging up muck from the 3 retention ponds so that they could hold more water. The $23 million project, not yet complete. A new pump station won't be ready until next year.
Several counties and cities across Central Florida are asking people to limit their water usage due to strains on sewer systems. Flagler County Emergency Management said sewer systems are overwhelmed throughout the county and residents should use water on an emergency basis only. Orange County leaders are asking people to avoid using dishwashers, washing machines, and baths. Toho Water Authority is asking customers to only use water when necessary and shut off all sprinkler systems. Seminole County is also asking people to conserve water to ease pressure on lift stations, and flooding in DeLand is causing problems with the city's intake structure. Shutting off your sprinkler systems probably is a good idea no matter where you live.
I think you're
right
good.
now.
I think your yard's going to be okay.
Well, if damage looks really intense where you live, local leaders are recommending that you report all damage to your county. So in Brevard County, residents are being asked to include pictures and notable information, as well as what kind of home you live in, like a house or a condo. And they also want to know if you had water in your home or roof damage. You can find that form on the Brevard EOC website. In Marion County, there are a few ways you can send your damage information to the county. You can go to the county's website. You can call the number that's right there on your screen, 352-368-8300, or you can email damageassessment@pa.marion.fl.us, or you can download the Marion County PA app. And we have all of the resources you need on our website. Head to clickorlando.com/Milton Resources.
We're, of course, continuing to get some more video coming in showing the full scope of Milton's impact,
including images that you sent in. We'll take a look at some of your pins. That's coming up. Well, we have been seeing some crazy images across Florida after Milton passed through. Some of them are fake, but this is not. The Gold Coast in South Florida saw a lot of damage from Milton when an EF3 tornado tore through. This is video from a Palm Beach Gardens community. And yes, that is a 2-ton dumpster on the roof of a newly constructed home. We're told the homeowners were inside when the dumpster crashed down on their roof. They say they ran to the bathroom for safety, and it worked. They had closed on the home just 6 days prior to the storm, and this is just one of the 100 homes damaged in that neighborhood.
That's incredible.
It really is. I saw that picture
Oh
posted on social media as well, and I didn't know whether to believe it, but that one is real.
Wow. And there were lots of really intense rescues happening across the state, but really the Tampa area. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office shared this really insane video of first responders rescuing more than 135 people from Tampa's Great American Assisted Living facility. They say those folks were trapped as the facility started to flood. Wow. And a true story of survival in the Gulf of Mexico. You were looking at a man floating on a cooler. So during the storm, a distress call went out from a boat near Longboat Key. When the Coast Guard got there yesterday morning, they spotted the man and then pulled him out of the water. He was taken to Tampa General Hospital to get checked out. Another intense rescue involved a 14-year-old. The boy, floating on a piece of fence, flagged down those first responders who pulled him out of the floodwaters. Authorities say the teen was at a friend's house Wednesday night and didn't think things would get so bad. He is 14. He probably doesn't watch the news all that often, but that's when he got stranded in the water while trying to get back home. He called it like a scene from the movie Castaway, how the teen was hanging on to that piece of fencing. That video, we saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
Intense, to say the least, and we know those first responders were ready to respond in case, and they knew that those floodwaters would get to a certain point where they would need to bring those high water rescue vehicles in and make those necessary rescues.
And we were wondering, what was that 14-year-old doing there?
Just
Where
trying
was
to get
his
back home.
family? Yes, so now we have some answers.
Wow.
Well, here closer to home, we got a good look at Milton's impact in Central Florida through your eyes.
Yeah, we got a lot of pins sent into our website, so these are the images right here. This one out of East Palaco, right outside of Flagler County. Standing water halfway up the wheels of those large trucks there. Even some folks walking through that knee-deep water. And listen, I know they say not to. I understand where people come from, where they just want to check out what it looks like all across their neighborhoods.
So we also got some video from a viewer in St. Cloud. Take a look at this. A tree falling into the street, blocking the road, and taking like half the sod there with it. And the good news is we did not see a ton of down trees. We were expecting even more, but you can see, you know, in that neighborhood, a lot of other trees obviously still there, but that one didn't make it.
Yeah, what's up with the root system? I'm curious how that sidewalk factors into that, but nonetheless, scary. People kayaking down the street in Hastings. We got a lot of pictures and videos out of Hastings. That's near St. Augustine rather. A lot of flooding over there. I know that St. Augustine did have mandatory evacuation orders. They flood pretty much anytime there is a storm, and yeah, that's the reason why right there.
And we want to see your pictures. Just take out your phone and scan the QR code on your screen to share your favorite sights from around Orlando, and you might see them right here on TV.
Yeah, good ones too. We like getting the dogs to post.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back to, you know, my dog
sunsets.
and cat forecast.
That's right. Yes, we all
Not
are.
yet, though.
No.
And we've been talking about the flooding. Of course, in all of those images, we saw lots of water out there. And we're talking about when the river's going to hit that maximum stage. The challenge is, though, is then it takes a minute for it to go back down. It doesn't just happen overnight.
Right. It's a slow process, moves slowly. And I was just looking at some data from the National Weather Service, those gauges they have all around. And so the St. Johns River at Astor just crested at 4.8, and it will begin slowly going down through the weekend. But even through Tuesday, we're still talking about major flood stage. So it unfortunately is going to be a slow process for us. Let's take a look outside for you. A little bit of cloud cover still hanging around over downtown Orlando. This is our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Together camera. 82 degrees. Winds are coming in out of the northeast, and we've got that drier air filtering in behind Milton, but again, still a little bit of low level moisture trap producing some of those clouds in Orlando, but we'll continue drying out as we head through the weekend. Launch Credit Union camera out at Port Canaveral. You notice that camera shaking. That's because of those winds at times gusting to around 25 miles per hour. I think the winds will begin to relax a little bit more for us this weekend. 80 degrees right now in Brevard County. And I wanted to show you our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera. Again, we talked about rough surf. We talked about storm surge. We talked about those higher than normal tides. That is exactly what we're seeing. High tide here in Daytona Beach is in about 5 minutes. So it is not a beach weekend to go out and get in the water. We are talking about high surf advisories. We're talking about still seas around 10, 15 feet at times. It is a weekend to stay on the sand safely if you do choose to go take a peek at the ocean. Current winds on average around 10 to 15 miles per hour sustained with those higher gusts, but looking a little bit better at times in Brevard County. Mico, your winds right now only gusting around 15 to 16 miles per hour. Still 23-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Orlando International Airport. This is our water vapor imagery. Shows us what's happening aloft, where we see the orange. That shows us where we all that dry air building in behind Milton, and that is going to bring us that fall-like weather as we head through the next several days. I know a lot of folks will be dealing without AC for a while, so that will make it a little more pleasant, especially those morning temperatures at times in the 60s. Radar for us, we are dry, which is good news because we've been talking about that flooding. We don't need to add any more water into the mix, into these waterways. These are the gauges we were talking about that kind of monitor what's going on at various sites. And all of these waterways are connected, many of them eventually flowing into the St. Johns River and then out into the Atlantic. So that's why some of these rivers are cresting at different paces. They don't all crest at the same time. This is the St. Johns River at Astor. Laverne McGee is out there reporting for us. It is crested at 4.8 feet, which is a record. It will slowly subside, but it is still at major flood level. The St. Johns River near Sanford still rising. It will get close to major flood level, still moderate flood level, which is talking about water spilling out, going onto the roadways. St. Johns River near DeLand, again, it is also slowly rising for us. We're expecting that to crest on Tuesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday for a lot of these spots when we see it crest. And the Little Wekiva River near Altamont Springs, that is beginning to go down. Now we want to take a quick check of the tropics. Milton no longer has tropical characteristics as it moves out over the Atlantic. We're watching this invest now off the coast of Africa. The chance of formation over the next couple of days has now gone up to 50%. Looks like it will hopefully dissipate before it would get anywhere near Florida. Our entire Pinpoint weather team will be watching it. 7-day forecast for you showing that nice stretch of weather as we head through the next several days, even a high of 77 on Wednesday.
Julie, thank you. We know a lot of people across Central Florida saw some pretty intense damage as the storm barreled through our area.
Yeah, and if you need help, the time to ask is right now. How you can apply for FEMA assistance. That's next. Well, with a storm like Milton, of course, so many folks will need to know how to apply for assistance.
So when it comes to FEMA works with people on a case-by-case basis after the federal government and state governments declare a major disaster in your area. So there are a few types of assistance that you may be eligible for, including financial housing assistance, serious needs assistance for things like food, water, prescriptions, diapers, among other things, personal property, transportation, medical and dental, even funeral assistance. So to apply for FEMA aid, you will need to prove that you are eligible, and to complete your application, you will need your Social Security number, annual household income, contact information, insurance information, and bank account information, so the money can be routed directly to your bank account. And to get your money, FEMA will do a housing inspection for that assistance, but critical needs will be met sooner. So the whole process can be as little as just a matter of days, but keep in mind, if you have property insurance, FEMA cannot pay for things that your insurance covers, so it can be held up as that gets sorted out. We'll be right back.
It's the longest 10 seconds.
I'm
Our coverage of the impacts after Milton continues on News 6 at 3 o'clock with our first bird's eye view of the damage left behind. Inland, we're seeing streets like this one just flooded, trees toppled, homes, and water damage everywhere.
And on the opposite coast from where it made landfall, Milton's power did not subside, leaving this trail of damage along our beaches, from the dangerous wind to the rough surf. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Justin Warman.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. We have News 6 anchor Matt Austin out in the community today to give us a clearer picture of what our neighbors are dealing with a day later. Matt, you're in DeBary with some big time flooding.
Yeah, it's a rough picture out here. I'm in the DeBerry Country Club area. This is a place that's been prone to flooding over the years, particularly Tropical Storm Faye back in 2008. My photographer, Corey Murray, was out here covering it in waders up to his chest. And it's not there right now, but it has certainly grown over the last 24 to 36 hours. They tell me that this street was basically dry and this water has been seeping closer to their homes. And the reason we found out about this is because a viewer named Sandy, she lives right in a house over there. She called us out. She just moved here a few months ago and she's terrified. She's like, I don't know what to do if this water gets any closer to my house. So we came out to check it out. We've been watching the water levels here. And if we could pan over and I could show you, you can sort of see the line where this water is and has been. And I'm hoping, this is a literal glass half full idea here. You can see where the line of debris is, where that water line was. It looks like it might have started receding a little bit if you look on the driveways there. But if you can imagine this water being that close to your house and getting into your garage, it is a terrifying prospect. They are surrounded by water. There's a retention pond on that side. There is a big lake that is overflowing right now on that side as well. So tense situation for the people in DeBerry right now. And government officials are warning us of stuff like this, the standing water and the cleanup. We unfortunately had another death in Orange County. A man in his 60s was out cleaning debris when he stepped on one of those power lines and died. We had 2 deaths in Volusia County from trees falling into houses. So dangerous, dangerous times in cleanup. Want you to be careful. It's not easy to navigate these roads. I can tell you from driving out here as well. But I want to get it into our meteorologist, Julie Broughton. Julie, a big concern right now is flooding, as many rivers and lakes may not have even crested yet, right?
Right. So a lot of rivers that feed into the St. Johns and a lot of areas along the St. Johns are still coming up. Now, we're, of course, continuing to go through the data, keeping a close eye on a lot of our waterways. They're all connected. Now, we were taking a look at some video coming in earlier today from Sky 6. So this appears to be utility workers working their way through knee-deep water near the St. Johns River. We'll have more on our water levels in a moment. Again, Matt, I will tell you the St. Johns River Astor, it did crest, but it was at a record high. So this afternoon it crested at 4.8. That is a record. It will be a major flood stage until Tuesday. And when we're talking about those different flood stages, major flood stage means it's going onto roadways, it's going into homes, and a lot of these rivers aren't coming down till next week. So something we are watching very closely, Matt.
Yeah, it's just a matter of where you are and where, unfortunately, you decided to buy your house. Most of these people had no idea what happened back in 2008. This is widespread. Obviously, Hurricane Milton came through, damaged a lot of places. We have News 6's Eric Sandoval. He's in Port Orange analyzing the damage there. Eric, how's it looking?
Imagine doing the right thing when a storm is coming. You shelter in place, but it still wasn't enough. That's what happened here. This tree, easily 3 to 4 foot in diameter, toppled in the high winds and the moist soil, crashing down on a mobile home over here, killing the woman inside. The 54-year-old was one of 4 people who died in Volusia County as a result of the storm. Her neighbors were heartbroken. We watched as Port Orange City inspectors, though, went painstakingly street by street. They were looking for any more signs of damage or flooding. This is one of the problem areas they found. This is Colony in the Wood here in Port Orange.
Oh my God, I can't believe it again, that it's happened to us again.
Sandy Bennett has lived here for more than 30 years.
If I could swim, I think I would go in there.
She came to check on her house that flooded during Hurricane Ian 2 years ago. I'm looking at the person back there in the water. It's about waist deep. Is that good or bad news for your house?
Bad news. That's not good news, because the last storm that we had last year, my husband came in and he walked, and he's like 5'6", and it was to his chest, but he still walked in. And then as he got further, of course, it got a little deeper, and they had to take me in by airboat.
The people who live here say most of the residents had evacuated before the storm hit. Neighbors donned waders and used their own kayaks to assess which homes were affected the most. They even took Sandy out to get a look for herself.
And inside things are material, but our lives aren't replaceable. So I'm grateful.
In Port Orange, Eric Sandoval, getting results, News 6.
Yeah, a lot of lives, a lot of bank accounts changed by this storm right here. We're going to continue watching this. We're also keeping a close eye on those power outages. Still 2 million Floridians are without power right now in the state. I know crews are working hard. Doesn't mean a lot for families who are frustrated and just want a hot shower and to be able to watch the coverage of what's going on in their community. So we'll join you back out here in a few minutes. Right now, I'm going to send it back into Justin and Ginger. Guys?
Yeah, Matt, people just want to get some sense of normalcy back into their lives, and the sooner they can get power back on, they can start that process. Thank you. We'll see you in just a little bit. And, you know, this isn't just a coastal concern we're talking about. The relentless rain has caused rivers to flood into neighborhoods.
Yeah, that includes the people living along the Little Econ River in East Orange County. Let's get out to News 6's Donovan Myrie live near Rouse and Buck Roads. And Donovan, you've been out there for the last 24 hours or so. How is it looking today?
You know, Justin and Ginger, it's interesting because what Matt and Eric were talking about was water rising as time is going on. Here, water is going down. If we tilt down and take a look, this dark area, this was all water covered today. And basically between the fact that it's warm and time has gone on, that water level has gone down. Taking a look at these mailboxes over here. Yesterday, when we were out here yesterday morning, the water level was at the bottom of both the green and yellow mailbox and that black one all the way down there. Okay, that's how much that water level has come down. Earlier, just a few minutes ago, we saw a resident basically taking a canoe and canoeing back to his house. And yes, as you are looking at that picture and you see him, those are dogs in his canoe. Those are some, let's see, they were Maltese, yeah, or Morkies, yes, Maltese and Yorkies. He has about a half a dozen of them, including 2 brand new ones that don't even have their eyes open yet. And he had evacuated them before the storm and wanted to now get them back into their home. We had spoken to him a couple of times, and he said he only got about an inch of water in his house this time, but it was something that was manageable. During Ian, he said he had over 50 inches of water in his house. So things are looking a little bit better out here. Other folks that we have seen out here, people from the county, we have seen the property appraiser's office. We have seen a building inspector. We have seen an electrical inspector. They've all come out to basically take a look at these homes, make sure everything's okay. Problem is they can't get to them because the water is still so high. Ginger and Justin, back to you.
Oh my goodness. You can tell that. I love to see the picture of the water receding, so that's great news for that neighborhood. You're not even wearing your slickers today. You were out there with the boots on yesterday. And the guy with the Morkies, honest to goodness, I'm so happy to see that he protected them, because a lot of people panic and then they leave the animals behind, but he did everything he could to make sure those little things got to safety. Donovan, great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Donovan. In the meantime, Seminole County, the Little Wekiva is at major flood stage, nearing a record. News 6's Mark Lehman is talking to neighbors in an Altamont Springs community known as Spring Oaks, where some of them just finished recovering from Hurricane Ian.
It's devastating, honestly.
Heather Zaradnik is one of dozens of homeowners with properties that have been inundated with water from the Little Wekiva River.
The street always floods first. Then once the river gets to a certain height, then it kind of just all comes together.
This section of the Spring Oaks subdivision is looking at widespread flooding after Hurricane Milton dumped several inches of rain, and it's unfortunately a familiar scene.
We just finished remodeling from Ian, and now we're going through this again.
Many neighbors also just wrapped up repairs from Hurricane Ian in 2022 and are now dealing with an influx of water again.
So what's it look like at your home?
Right now, the back patio is full of water. My pool is full, is not nasty right now. My porch is really full too.
So here's the situation families are facing. That is the Little Wekiva River. It's at major flood stage. It is expected to drop, but at a very slow pace. And where I'm standing, there's a swift current of water flowing in between homes and out into the street, meaning this situation is likely going to last for several days and possibly longer.
Drainage is an issue. I don't know if maybe adding more storm drains would help. We've talked to them about multiple things, but it's an ongoing battle.
Zaradnik says there's been talk about fixes in the neighborhood, but a permanent solution might require raising properties, meaning homeowners would have to foot the bill. For now, the neighborhood is watching the water and waiting for it to go down before cleanup can happen yet again.
We really don't know what kind of more flooding we may get.
In Altamont Springs, Mark Lehman, Getting Results, News 6.
Meteorologist Julie Broughton will be back with river levels coming up.
Our coverage continues after the break. And Matt, we know there are still so many people with the lights out today.
Yeah, a lot of power issues. In fact, there's a county in Central Florida with 40% of the population without power. We're going to talk about that and the 2 million people in Florida who are without power right now and how crews are working to fix it. We'll be right back.
And was your home damaged from the storm? Counties are encouraging people to report it to them. We posted a county breakdown of where you can do that. It's one of the many resources we have made available to you in one easy place. Just head to clickorlando.com/Milton Resources. We'll be right back. Welcome back. In Brevard County, we now know that it was an EF1 tornado that caused this damage in Cocoa Beach just hours before Milton made landfall. According to the National Weather Service, this twister here packed winds of 85 to 95 miles an hour when it ripped through a shopping plaza near State Road A1A and Banana River Boulevard. Several businesses damaged, including that Wells Fargo there. The bank had its roof ripped off, with part of it going through someone's home about a half mile away. News 6's James Barbero will join us with some of the damage coming up this afternoon.
And we're going to check back in now with anchor Matt Austin. And Matt, we know a lot of people are still in the dark this afternoon, but crews are working around the clock to fix that.
Ginger, it's the worst. There's very little you can say to somebody who can't take a hot shower or doesn't have air conditioning. It's a tough situation, and a lot of times that anger is toward power crews, but these crews have a really tough job. In Volusia County, we're told 40% of the homes are without power. In Orange, I was just looking at the website, and Brevard, about 13% without power. That is a lot of homes, and that is a lot of work to do. So I'm not going to tell you to be patient, because I know when I'm without power, I'm not very patient about it. But let's take a look at this outage map, because they have gotten some work done. A spokesperson for Orlando Utility Commission says crews have restored about 55% of their homes, but they're still moving. That's not good enough for them. Other power companies like FPL said they've restored power to 1.3 million Floridians. And Duke Energy so far has restored 350,000 outages.
Percent of those who were knocked out from Milton. Okay. We have crews that have worked through the night. They were working all the way up until 2 a.m. New crews went out around 6 a.m. this morning. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot of downed trees. If you've got a huge oak tree, it could take several hours to clear that oak to get to the areas that we need to restore.
So again, I know it stinks to be without power. We've all been there living in the state of Florida, but you should know that these crews are working hard. Tens of thousands of these crews have been stationed throughout Florida, and they're working to get your lights back on. Guys, I'm going to send it back into the studio.
Yeah, you know, Matt, it could have been so much worse, too, because we know days before Milton even made landfall, we had those crews staged across the state, ready to go. And I think that has really been key to getting people back on the grid.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. And I think also, you know, I talked to one of my friends in Ormond Beach. He talked to FPL, and they said it would be about a week until his power is restored. So it's going to take some time depending on where you live. And and you see the numbers that Matt just gave us. Thank you, Matt. We're going to check back in with you. You see the numbers that Matt just gave us, and you know, it's staggering. And you take it for granted. It's something you do.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I was in Greenville, South Carolina for Hurricane Helene. They had lost power. I was in my brother's house. And for 48 hours, I was there without power. Ooh. It's not fun. You have to work out. You have to get a sweat going before you can take a cold shower. Yeah, it's not fun.
And it's something else, but hopefully our fingers are crossed that everyone will be restored soon enough. But the weather has been nice enough where if you don't have the AC running, maybe you can open the windows and everything, Julie, and get a little bit of that fresh air in there.
Yeah, and we actually have a cold front coming. So, I mean, we hope that no one is still without power next week, but we're talking about cool morning temperatures. So at least we're not talking about temperatures in the mid 90s while folks are dealing without power. Here's what it looks like for you right now over downtown Orlando. This is our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Together camera. We are sitting at 82 degrees. Normal high this time of year is in the mid 80s. So we will be around or below our average heights for the next several days. Winds are still coming in out of the northeast at 15 miles per hour. And you can see on our launch credit union camera in Brevard County, some blue sky. The camera kind of shaking there. We're keeping those winds, again, gusting pretty high at times. 80 degrees along the coast in Brevard County. And here's a look at our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia camera in Daytona Beach. High tide was at 2:55, so beginning to come back out a little bit, but certainly we are talking about hazardous beach conditions as we head through the weekend. If you are heading out to the beach, it is not a weekend to get in the water. We're talking about a lot of rip currents. We're talking about seas at times around 10 to 15 feet, so it is still really churned up out there, which is what we expected. Our winds are coming in out of the northeast, still gusting into the 20s along the coast, and even for some of our interior spots at times. Those northeasterly winds behind Milton have been bringing in that cooler, drier air. We can see that when we look in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. All the orange represents that dry air aloft. That's going to continue building in for us. Our winds will relax a little more this weekend, but that dry air will translate into very little rain over the next couple of days. Now, we can't rule out maybe an isolated shower along the coast south of the Cape, but there's just not enough moisture in the atmosphere to squeeze out much rain. Where you see those green areas, those are all flood advisories along the St. Johns River. That is going to be a problem in a lot of spots. The St. Johns River at Astor just crested at 4.8 feet. It's beginning to slowly subside, but that is a record. That is major flood stage. It will continue slowly coming down, but still looking into next week at major flood stage. St. Johns River near Sanford will continue to rise close to major flood stage by Tuesday before it crests. St. Johns River near DeLand hanging out in that moderate flood stage before it crust, we think, on Tuesday, and that's when we're talking about a lot of these rivers cresting. Looking a little bit better for the Little Wekiva River near Altamont Springs, but it is still, we're talking about a flooding neighborhood, so it's beginning to come down. But again, all these waterways are connected. This is a slow process. The St. Johns River starts south of Brevard County, flows north through the state toward Jacksonville out into the Atlantic. The water has to go somewhere. We got a lot of water in a short amount of time. Quick check of the tropics, although none of us really want to do that. Here is an invest way out by Africa. 50% chance of further development with this system over the next several days. We've heard a lot of social media rumors, a lot of people saying there's another big storm heading toward Florida in the next couple of days. There is nothing out there, but we will be tracking everything for you and keeping you up to date. We'll leave you with a look at your 7-day forecast with highs in the 70s on Wednesday. We'll head to break and we'll be right back with more of our coverage after Milton.
Well, while we can see the worst damage during storms, it also brings out the best in a lot of people. And Matt, I'm sure you've seen some of that.
I've seen it. I've seen a neighbor pulling another neighbor's truck out of what appeared to be a lake. I've seen them trying to get each other out of the neighborhood. Folks are really taking care of each other. And we're even seeing it at our own station. So this morning on Take 6, which is our digital news brief, our own Lewis Bolton was talking about how mentally prepared he was getting to go home. You know, we do all this, we work a lot of hours, and then nothing's done at my house, by the way. And he was ready to go home and then do all the yard work until one of his neighbors stepped in. Listen to this.
So I woke up this morning and my husband had written me a note. Apparently he took a nap, and when he woke up, one of our neighbors was picking up all of the debris in our yard, They blew our driveway. He mowed our grass. He bagged it all up and took it all to the curb. And the first 2 times I told that story this morning, I got choked up because I was so exhausted. It was such a sweet thing to do. I just couldn't imagine somebody doing it was a lot of work.
I've got to be honest, it chokes me up a little bit as well to think about it. I'm told there is some security footage of these neighbors cleaning up Lewis's yard, mowing Lewis's yard. It's not an uncommon sight around here, but I'll tell you, there is something very special about it. And if my neighbors happen to be watching this newscast, I'm looking at you guys right now. I get home around 8 o'clock tonight. So, guys, I'm going to send it back into the studio. But such a sweet story from Lewis's neighbors, huh?
I love that so much. Can you imagine? But Lewis
Yeah.
would do that for somebody else
Definitely.
too. You just don't do that for anybody. And I'm living in the wrong neighborhood.
Ditto. I got crap all over my yard.
Great job,
Awesome.
Matt.
Thank you, Matt. And shout out to Lewis's neighbor. We're going to have much more right after this break.
Still ahead, damage across the state from tornadoes, flooding, and more. A recap coming up.
And how you can get help, the latest on the recovery efforts from the state and the feds.
Well, now that the airports have reopened, we are able to get Sky 6 in the air and take a look at the damage from around Central Florida.
You know this, but there are still lots of areas underwater.
This is the area of Rouse Road, not far from UCF. It's where we saw some of the worst flooding in Orange County. At several apartment complexes, still a lot of water, retention ponds beyond their banks. Not far away, more flooded streets and overflowing lakes and retention ponds. This is Bridgewater Drive between Lake Pearl and the 417, just north of University Boulevard. In Lake County, part of Britt Road washed out. This is in Mount Dora. Sky 6 spotted workers surveying the giant hole. Let's head over to Leesburg, where wind damage is the problem. On Old Colony Road, a huge tree fell on a manufactured home. In Seminole County, let's take a look at the Little Wekiva River. This is in Altamont Springs, the floodwater close to homes. We spotted another road washout, this one on the shoulder of Red Bug Lake Road in Castleberry, one lane closed to keep drivers away from the damaged section. We also checked out one of the most flood-prone areas in Seminole County. This is what it looks like in the area of Bandit Way in Geneva, several homes surrounded on all sides with water. Making our way into Volusia County, we saw several more road washouts in Orange City on Volusia Avenue and Tremont Drive. We went a little farther on Volusia Avenue and found several businesses underwater. A little farther north on Volusia Avenue, you can see the roof of the Riverwalk Pizzeria caved in. There is a lot of flooding in this area, and several roads are impassable.
Several critical roads, critical arteries for these folks. I mean, if it's in your neck of the woods, obviously it's critical, but these are major thoroughphers. We're talking about Red Bug Lake Road.
I was saying, I'm on a lot of those roads that we talked about, and seeing the huge trees, that's the best view to get a look at what really is going on.
And it offers perspective, and it just reminds you of just how destructive this was. Even if it wasn't bad for you, to see what our neighbors are going through is tough to see. And we continue to keep tabs on those flooded rivers. We showed you the Little Wekiva River and the Little Econ River. Now, though, we're heading to Lake County.
Yeah, News 6's Laverne McGee is in Astor with more. Laverne.
Hi, Ginger. I am here at the St. Johns River. Take a look behind me. This is what they're concerned about. Look how high this water is. They are making records here. It hasn't been this high since Ian hit. It's actually higher than that. If you've been listening to Julie Broughton, our meteorologist, talking about these flood levels and when they crest, this area here is what they're keeping an eye on. We're currently on the Lake County side. This bridge here, Astor Bridge, this is the border between Lake County and Volusia County. And so this area, all the way down, this water's flowing north. One of the few rivers that the water actually flows in the northward direction, has a lot of small rivers and feeders that flow into this St. Johns River, and that just makes the water go higher. So yes, it's a beautiful sunny day, it's not raining, but there's water being fed into this river, I'm told, and so that's what they're keeping an eye on. Now, we have been out here talking to people. They are out and about. Nothing too serious that we've seen so far. Of course, they are used to this kind of thing. You can see the motel across from me flooded out there, the water all the way up to the building there. But people here have been really being calm and optimistic, filling their sandbags, draining water where they can, helping the neighbors out. That's really the type of thing that we like to see in this type of situation. Kind of we're all in this together type of attitude. But I have talked to the communications team at Lake County, and they told me they are keeping an eye on it. They don't have any significant issues right now, but of course they're going to monitor this all weekend. Reporting live in Astor, Laverne McGee, Getting Results, News 6.
Laverne, before you go, I'm curious if you've seen any boats out there, and on top of that, do we know what the boat protocol is, or even if they're allowed to be out on the water right now?
Well, I actually did see a boat not too long ago. One went by, and they have told people to stay off this unless there's an emergency. They don't want people on here, and just the regular people that I've talked to don't want boats on here because the pressure from the water kind of pushes out and pushes more against the buildings. So you're really not supposed to be on the boat here. I did see like a marine search rescue boat doing an assessment of the area, but this is not the time to be out boating.
Yeah, no wake zone for a reason. Big time no wake zone today.
All right, Laverne, thank you. Meteorologist Julie Broughton joins us now. She is pinpointing the river levels. Julie.
Ginger, where we just saw Laverne there in Astor along the St. Johns River, that actually has just crested and will begin slowly receding over the next couple of days. However, it is still at record flood stage. Now, here's a look at kind of our river system there. All the dots you see, that shows us the purple areas. That shows us where we are talking about major flood stage. And when we talk about those flood stages, when we talk about major flood stage, that means the water overflowing its banks, heading onto roads, heading into homes and structures. So that is something that we are keeping a close eye on. Now, if we click on some of these, I think the hand tracking is probably a little worn out from what it's been through over the last several days. So I'm going to go ahead and step off so I can show you some of the data that we've been looking at. I'm doing that right over here in the Weather Center. So you can see some of the areas that we've been talking about. It has been, some pretty rough go. So here is where Laverne just was. So the record crested at 4.8. It is now down to 4.79. It will continue slowly receding through Tuesday. We checked in with Catherine Silver a little bit earlier, and you heard her mention Lake Harney, how they're concerned about it continuing to go up. Right now, it's at 8.54. We think it will continue, rising as we head through the next couple of days. All these systems are connected, so the water has to go somewhere. And we got a lot of rain in a short amount of time. We'll break down some more of these river levels for you and take a look at your 7-day forecast coming up.
All right, we'll see you in a bit, Julie. Thank you. And as Central Florida recovers from Hurricane Milton, some people are going to need a little extra help.
News 6 investigator Mike DeForest joins us now to explain what resources could soon be available from FEMA. And Mike, I know folks are eager to do this, but that federal assistance is not yet available, right?
That's right, Justin. First, the state of Florida needs to request it from the federal government. We're told that's just been done. Now, at any moment, we could start seeing parts of Florida impacted by Hurricane Milton be declared federal disaster areas so folks can begin applying for that individual assistance. Now, once that declaration is made, eligible victims will receive a $750 disaster assistance payment from FEMA that does not need to be paid back. That money is intended for essentials like food, water, medicine, or clothes. Now, depending on certain qualifications, additional FEMA money will be available to pay for home repairs, home rentals, or other lodging. Money will also be available for personal property, things like vehicles, appliances, or computers, as well as child care and medical bills. Qualified individuals can receive a maximum of $43,600 in FEMA assistance. Now, again, once people impacted by Hurricane Milton are eligible for that federal disaster relief, you'll be able to apply for aid using the FEMA mobile app or on the agency's website, disasterassistance.gov. You can also call 1-800-621-FEMA. That phone line is staffed from 7 in the morning until 11 at night. You can also speak to someone in person by visiting a FEMA disaster recovery center. But I want to point out right now there are none of those in Central Florida. The closest is in Hillsborough County. Addresses for the disaster recovery centers can be found on FEMA's website. Now, to be clear, right now, only victims of Hurricane Helene are eligible for federal assistance. We expect Hurricane Milton to be added to that list anytime this afternoon or early tonight. Justin and Ginger?
All right, Mike, there's so much information out there online. Can you break down who is eligible for FEMA aid for us?
A lot of information, a lot of misinformation out there. We can tell you, you have to be living in that declared disaster area. We're still waiting for that to happen. You must be a U.S. citizen or a qualified non-citizen. You'll be asked to provide a Social Security number. Other eligibility requirements will be outlined in the FEMA application. Ginger.
All right, Mike DeForest reporting live for us. Thank you, Mike. We have posted the resources available to help you navigate through this storm. All you have to do is head to clickorlando.com/Milton Resources. Orange County schools will reopen on Tuesday. The district says there was minimal damage from Hurricane Milton. Students were already off on Monday because it's a teacher workday. After-school activities will take place on Monday. The district says it will only need to make up one of the 4 days missed due to the hurricane. The makeup day will be on Friday, October 25th. We're waiting to see what other school districts in Central Florida plan to do. As soon as we get more information in, we'll update you on clickorlando.com.
Still ahead, we've been talking about that local damage, but coming up after the break, we're going to take a look at how the rest of the state fared. You're watching News 6 at 3:30. Getting results, we'll be right back.
We're seeing so much damage still in the Fort Pierce area. To my left, this big rig was toppled on its side by those strong winds from the tornadoes we saw throughout the area. You can see that front wheel right here to my left. On the other side of the road, another semi also in similar condition. We're also hearing from officials that more than 100 homes were damaged in this area. First Helene and then Milton. Floridians dealt a 1-2 punch by major hurricanes, now trying to pick up the pieces.
Families today across the state of Florida are waking up and figuring out how they're going to start to take those steps onto the long road to recovery.
A once-in-a-thousand-year rain event flooding homes in areas that weren't expected to flood.
It was terrible. The water was so cold.
The chairs were just floating, couches were floating, everything was floating.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office evacuating residents still trapped by high floodwaters Friday. On the West Coast in Clearwater, entire lives upended by flooding in a non-evacuation zone.
These are folks who didn't have much and they've lost everything.
While on the East Coast,
it was like a train just coming through.
Communities flattened by an unprecedented rash of tornadoes.
Never have I experienced damage or the amount of tornadoes that came through this area.
Authorities say the death toll is expected to rise as search, rescue, and recovery efforts continue.
We're now in the period where you have fatalities that are preventable. We have had fatalities because of interaction with downed power lines and water. We are seeing hazards that are still there.
Floridians now bracing for the long journey ahead.
Everything I had there is no good. Thank God I have flood insurance, but it's going to be a long time before we can come back as it was.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute before we all recover, and we're still just talking about just how it all played out. And the videos of the tornadoes, Julie, and when you guys were live on air, 4 hours talking about how you've never seen tornadoes like the ones we saw.
And we talked about it a lot during the coverage, but you know, you always hear us talk about those signatures on the radar. And there are signatures that you see in the Midwest. You know, we both worked in Indiana, and signatures you see in Tornado Alley. Florida has a lot of tornadoes. They're typically weak. They're typically short-lived. So I don't really think since I have lived here, I've seen those type of signatures. So this was, I mean, just devastating. The tornadoes we had in Central Florida, Jonathan and I were discussing earlier, had those gone through populated areas, we would be telling a very different story today. We've had loss of life. We've had people with devastating consequences. But fortunately, those stayed in areas that weren't too heavily populated.
It's like Yeehaw Junction, Kenansville, a lot of cattle out there, obviously, very rural part of Osceola County. But nonetheless, when you're looking at the debris field being kicked up on radar, that is certainly telling. Obviously, we were getting video coming in of that, of the supercells, right? Is that what you guys were calling them? And you're like, this has a full wedge. This is not normal. I mean, and then the evolution of this storm where that was the first punch and a lot of these homes got damaged, especially in Cocoa Beach, were damaged, and then the storm came. So then they got rained on inside even more. And it's just the evolution of the storm, the tentacles of the storm, the effects that are still being had today because of the rainfall is just telling, and it's something I think we'll remember forever, no doubt.
And that's why we were on air before the storm hit saying this is going to be one we need to prepare for. We want you to take this seriously. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, I almost said Tom Sorrells, that shows remembering. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos was telling people for days, we want you inside by noon on Wednesday. Then at 12:30, those first tornado warnings came. That's why we have stayed with this. And again, like you said, people are still dealing with flooding. Those rivers are still coming up. Talking about those tornadoes, we were getting some statistics from the National Weather Service. So the tornado warnings issued on Wednesday, that is a record. The second most warnings issued in one day, 126 warnings. That is second only to the super outbreak on April 2011. That is when we saw more than 300 tornadoes. You may remember that. It was throughout the Southeast, throughout the Midwest. So we are still, as of right now, I think we know about 12 tornadoes have been confirmed, and we'll continue to see more damage being assessed, I'm sure, as we continue to roll through the next several days. Launch credit union camera out at Port Canaveral showing lots of blue skies, still on the breezy side out there with those winds coming in out of the northeast behind Milton. And notice we're picking up a little bit of light rain right now officially out in Melbourne, 80 degrees. And again, because we have that onshore flow, it's not out of the question to see some quick low-topped showers, especially south of the Cape because of the winds coming in off the ocean. Here's a look at those winds. Again, we're looking at winds gusting at times to around 20 to 25 miles per hour. But over the last hour or so, we're noticing they're beginning to relax a little bit. Ocala and the Villages looking a little less breezy for you now. Orlando, you're seeing 16 mile per hour winds, and Miko, your winds right now are also at 16 miles per hour. Often behind a tropical system, we see drier air building in. That is what's happening. We can tell that by the water vapor imagery and all that orange. So that means we'll see a nice weekend as far as it won't be super hot. I know a lot of folks don't have power, don't have AC. So we'll see pleasant temperatures. We won't see much rain, which is good news because we don't want to add any more rain into our already overfilled water basins there. 82 right now in Orlando, 80 in the Villages, 80 right now at Cape Canaveral. Clouds and rain forecast. Again, the models are picking up on just a few isolated showers here and there. And again, we had that verifying with the rain out there on our Port Canaveral camera. But again, we'll see a few isolated showers. Most of us stay dry. Most of us see a whole lot of blue sky out there. Now, again, talking about the river levels, our reporters have been out along the river. You see all of these gauges where you see the purple. That shows us where we are talking about locations in major flood stage. The St. Johns River at Astor, that has crested, but still it is at a record. It is beginning to come down. However, this is the St. Johns River near Sanford. It is continuing to rise, and we think it will not crest until Wednesday. So when we talk about it cresting, that means reaching its peak and then slowly beginning to go down. The St. Johns River near DeLand, that is forecast to crest on Tuesday at moderate flood stage. So that means some of that water still could be spilling over into roadways, and all the waterways are connected. So we got a lot of water in a short amount of time. It unfortunately has to go somewhere. Taking you to the tropics, way out off the coast of Africa, we have an invest, 50% chance of further development over the next 7 days. I don't think this will be a long-lived tropical system, so hopefully not a concern for us. I know you're seeing a lot of rumors, a lot of talk on social media about a system developing in the Gulf of Mexico again. This is our tropical depression formation estimation. So again, we are looking at certainly a chance over the next 10 days or so. Right now, looking at about a 30 to 40% chance we could see a tropical depression developing in this area. It is something we will watch. And you have to remember, we are still really kind of somewhat in the peak of hurricane season. The official peak is September 10th. That has been seeming over the last few years to get delayed. October stays really active for us. So this year, certainly no exception. We will keep you updated. Next 7 days, looking good. Cold front comes into Tuesday, so 77 for our high on Wednesday.
Thank you, Julie. Still ahead, some crazy dash cam video showing a close call for local first responders. Wow.
Then the tips for Florida homeowners who will need their insurance in the coming days.
All right, so this is why we always tell you, officials always tell you to stay off the roads during a hurricane. Close call here, caught on dash cam video from the Flagler County Sheriff's Office.
Wow.
So the Sheriff's Office says that this happened while the deputy was on patrol early yesterday morning. The winds taking that tree down. The tree then caught in power lines, almost falling on that deputy's vehicle as well. You can see the sparks on the road. Good news is the deputy was not hurt. So a lot of us are still assessing the damage, but analysts estimate the storm may have caused up to $50 billion in insured losses for Florida property owners.
That's a staggering number. Yeah. And there are things you can do right now to try and speed up the insurance process. First, locate your policy, take pictures and videos, and make a list of damaged or lost items. Experts say short-term repairs are possible.
If it's a temporary repair, just go on the record with them and make a record of when you contacted them, even if you left a voicemail. But you really need to make sure not to do anything permanent until you have that agreement from the insurance company.
Experts say you should be prepared to negotiate with insurance companies if you get a statement offer you think is too low.
And for those still checking on that damage, there are several communities worried about what comes next.
Officials say we could be seeing flood concerns over the next few weeks. Coming up next at 4, the rising river levels leading homeowners to fear what's next and how you can stay safe from floodwaters. All right.
Mic check. Is that how you're going to sit?
Down. Right. This is how I'm going to sit. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, I got you, buddy. Okay, there are fish in here.
Live from clickorlando.com and WKMG. We're getting results in your neighborhood now at 4 p.m.
Now at 4, the impacts after Milton. Streets underwater, homes completely flooded, and millions of Floridians still without power. Thank you so much for staying with us. This is News 6 at 4. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
And I'm Lisa Bell. Anchor Matt Austin is going around areas in Central Florida, bringing us the latest on the damage from Hurricane Milton. And Matt, you're in Volusia County right now. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, this is the DeBerry Country Club neighborhood. And unlike a lot of Florida, most people are saying, okay, Milton left, so it's getting drier around here. The water's receding as those rainwaters left. Well, that water is all going somewhere. And in this case, it is seeping into this neighborhood by the minute. Neighbors called us out here today concerned because at the beginning of yesterday, you could walk down this road. After plenty of Milton's winds and rain, they said you could see this road just fine. But throughout today and last evening, it has grown. And if we pan over to these houses here, I just talked to this gentleman in this duplex, and they're battling a two-front war here. They have a big overflowing lake in the back, and now they have a lake in the front. Here's how he talked about those waters that are just encroaching on his home. I would say it's risen probably 2-3 feet since this started.
Oh yeah, since the storm ended and all the rain stopped.
And you don't think it's done?
No, I don't think so. Last night when I went to bed, it was 2 or 3 feet away from my flowers there in front of them, and now it's up to my deck here.
What if it doesn't stop?
We're given one more day, and then we're probably gonna go find a motel somewhere. And save what we can. We're putting blocks inside, putting furniture up on it, stacking everything on top of counters and everything, and that's the way we'll hope to survive, at least with something left over.
So I want you to imagine that if it were your house, you've got water encroaching from the front, you've got a lake behind you, a retention pond back there that is almost to your back patio. People here are worried if this rises any more that they're going to have to be, like he said, heading out to motels, grabbing just their valuables and trying to get out with what they can. So we are here live in DeBerry. We're going to talk some more about the recovery from Milton coming up. But right now I'm going to send it back into the studio. Guys?
All right, Matt, thank you. And it's not just Volusia County seeing those floodwaters. Sky 6 flew over the Little Wekiva River today, which is at major flood stage, nearing a record. It's an area that was just getting over the damage from Hurricane Ian 2 years ago.
Yeah, meteorologist Jonathan Kagas is pinpointing it all for us right now. Jonathan.
Yeah, and we're certainly watching. The Little Wekiva has pretty much crested. Where we're still watching things, it's on the St. Johns especially, because now all of the smaller tributaries are heading towards the St. Johns, and that is why we have the delayed impacts for us, at least the worsening impacts on a delay. Here we go at Astor again, cresting in record flood stage earlier today. It's now come back down to 4.79. We were at 4.8, so hopefully we're done with those fluctuations here. We'll continue to keep it, though, near record flood stage through the next several hours, and really as we head towards the early stages of next week, we are keeping things in major flood stage. We all know it is a very, very slow draining process along the St. Johns. Where you saw Matt in DeLand and DeBerry, we're still going to be watching for things to get a little bit worse. So again, if you still have time to, as the homeowner that Matt talked to prop things up, and if the water is getting close to your house, you're going to be required to do that with sandbags or anything like that, because the water here at St. Johns River near Sanford, that is going to be a super delayed crest. Look at this at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday, cresting at about 7.6 feet. And you see there Wednesday morning jumping up to 7.8. So again, we're not done in parts of Seminole County, and it's going to get much, much worse. We're going to talk about other river levels across Central Florida, guys, coming up in about 15 minutes.
Jonathan, thank you. And we know rising river levels are causing concerns in several Central Florida counties, including the Little Econ River in East Orange County. In this drone video we first showed you yesterday, you can see just how high the water levels got in the area. This was around Rouse and Buck Roads. You can see just rooftops there right now. Now, people who live there are dealing with all of this, much like thousands of people across the state. And News 6 reporter Donovan Myrie is out there once again today. And Donovan, I know you've been in that area yesterday. You've been monitoring it closely. Any changes to those water levels today?
Lisa, unlike what Matt is going through, it's getting better here. The water is actually receding. And you know, it's so interesting because spending so much time here, we've got to talk to some of the residents kind of coming and going, and they're taking all this, you know, the best that they can. Take a look over here. We've got some residents coming out with a beautiful dog, but this water is going down. Yesterday when we were looking at those mailboxes, you were talking about water that was basically at the top of or right up to the bottom of those mailboxes. And the water has come down dramatically just in the last half hour or so that we've been here, or I'm sorry, the last hour or so that we've been here. We've probably seen the water move back, 3-4 feet or so. Taking a look over at this trailer over here. Hi guys, come on through. Taking a look at this trailer over here. One of the residents was telling me that basically that they couldn't get that trailer out of the way, so they had to kind of leave it there. But, the big thing now is waiting for this water to go down. People want to get back in their vehicles so they can actually drive to their homes. And one of the things we want to show you is some video that we took earlier today. This video is of a man, his name is Russell, okay? And this video is just awesome because Russell, yes, as you can see, he's got dogs in his canoe that he is basically taking back to his home. And this is just the reality of the way things are. We always kid about, oh, it's Florida man in the flooded waters and so on and so forth. No, this is resilience. This is people dealing with what they have to deal with to adapt to the surroundings about them, to go on and keep life as normal as they can. Russell is over here. He's actually just pulling out. He's got the dogs back there. He said as soon as he got them in the back in their home, he could see that the stress level just went away. It's 6 adults and two babies. So they're doing much, 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 much better. And hopefully within the next a few hours or so, residents will start to be able to drive and get back to their homes and basically get things kind of back to normal and back on track the best that they can. Back to you guys.
That would be some great news.
It would be great. Did a lot of people, did they leave that area? Because a few people are coming back, but it seems like there would be more because there's such great flooding. What have you been seeing?
Ginger, with Ian, everybody had to leave. Everybody got flooded out. I think for people, they prepped the best they could. They were scared that it was going to be as bad as Ian. Back here, these guys left. Russell was telling me that he evacuated the dogs. He got the dogs out of here so that they would be okay and was able to bring them back today. So people have left, and they came back to check on things, and they said, thank goodness it wasn't as bad as it was during Ian.
Yeah, but they heeded the warning.
Yeah.
All right, Donovan Meyer reporting live. Thank you, Donovan. Let's get back out now to anchor Matt Austin. And Matt, Central Florida's airports are back up and running today after the storm, thankfully.
Yeah, here's some good news. These roads can be difficult to pass in places, but for people who are trying to travel in and out of Florida, we've been back on track today. We talked to airport leaders, and the airports, they're back in action. Even though some of them did have some damage, I would like to take you first to airport leaders in Melbourne, which did sustain some damage from Hurricane Milton. Airport leaders say those strong winds knocked 2 big sections of the roof loose around 2 a.m. yesterday. It left like a 30-foot hole out there. One fell to the ground right in the middle of the terminal. We showed you some video of that yesterday. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the airport opened up this morning. And at Central Florida's biggest airport, let's take you to Orlando International. It announced it's back open, fully operational. Leaders there say Milton did cause some minor damage to the airport, including some leaks and downed trees, but really nothing terrible. And by the way, the airport in Sanford, the one closest to me right now in DeBerry, that is back open as well. So a little bit of good news as people can, maybe not people in this neighborhood, but people in a lot of neighborhoods can start getting back to normal with travel. Ladies.
That would be nice. All right, Matt, we'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you. And even though the airports are reopening, there are still millions of Floridians left without power in their homes.
And a lot of customers are frustrated right now, but officials say they are working as quickly as they can. Coming up, a look at the areas that are being impacted and the efforts to get the power back on as soon as possible.
First, though, launches set to continue on the Space Coast. News 6's James Barbero takes us into the reopening process at Kennedy Space Center. Jonathan.
And we're continuing to monitor the river levels across all of Central Florida. We're going to break down that and talk about some very nice weather finally returning to Central Florida in a few minutes, guys.
You're watching News 6 at 4, getting results. We'll be right back.
News 6 Insider is sponsored by Orange County Library System.
Back on Monday, a mission traveling millions of miles launched from the Space Coast just in the nick of time, days before Hurricane Milton made landfall, leaving most of Florida, including the East Coast, cleaning up after the storm. Now that the hurricane is gone, another interplanetary mission could get off the ground very soon.
News 6's James Barbero tells us how the Kennedy Space Center fared during the storm.
So I can't get back onto the base of the Space Center just yet, but I can show you through the Space Force pictures of the damages that they're reporting. It looks minor, fortunately, and that means that the Space Center and the Cape could reopen at any moment. We hope so, because NASA's thinking that Sunday might be its next launch, and it's going to be a mission going to Jupiter. Here's Bill Harwood from CBS News telling us more about that.
NASA's going to launch the Europa Clipper on top of a Falcon Heavy rocket. That's a $5.2 billion spacecraft that's going to Jupiter to study the ice-covered moon Europa where scientists think there's a subsurface sea that may prove to be habitable.
And liftoff. Go Hera, go Falcon, go SpaceX.
The last launch here was back on Monday. That was the Hera mission. It's going to study the effects from when NASA intentionally crashed a spacecraft into an asteroid. I know it sounds like it was something out of a movie, but that really happened 2 years ago. NASA called it its first planetary defense test. Back to Europa Clipper. If the Space Center can reopen very soon, that launch could happen as soon as Sunday afternoon at 12:12. For now, we know that the KSC Visitor Complex will reopen tomorrow. At the Kennedy Space Center, I'm James Sparvero, Getting Results News 6.
Well, turning now to damage on the Gulf Coast. Crazy video. This is coming out of St. Petersburg of what Tropicana Field looks like right now. The roof of the home of the Tampa Bay Rays sustained major damage because of Hurricane Milton's high winds. The stadium was housing thousands of first responders to help support debris cleanup operations after the storm. Thankfully, they were all removed from that area when they learned that the winds were going to be beyond 115 miles per hour, because that's what that roof could sustain. No one actually ended up being hurt in all of this, unbelievably.
It's just crazy, though, to see Tropicana Field like
Without
that.
a roof.
Yeah, so many of us have been there, you know, seeing the Rays playing, and to see it looking like that, it's crazy. Jonathan Kagas is standing by, tracking some of the wind gusts that Milton caused.
It's certainly still a little breezy out there. Nothing like what we saw, of course, just a couple days ago, but especially along the coast. We were talking about this yesterday, that we would really start to gradually see those winds come down today, and there we go. Although that breeze out of the northeast still keeping things rough out over the Atlantic if you're heading to the beaches. 15-mile-per-hour gust now in New Smyrna, about a 20-mile-per-hour gust at the Cape. We're hanging on a 15-mile-per-hour gust in Kissimmee. So certainly the improvements are there. Still a little breezy, and we will continue to watch that wind back off going forward as we move into the weekend. We talked about watching these water levels, the river levels, and we're still in major flood stage on the Little Wekiva River, again, about 2 feet away from the record here. So we're staying away from the record along on the Little Wekiva River. Nonetheless, it's still going to be a slow go of things in terms of big time improvements as we get into the weekend. Here we go. By Sunday, we're still watching that river start to recede, but still stay in moderate flood stage. So that's going to be a concern of ours as we continue through the weekend. The good news is we are not going to add anything in the way of any extra rain to help aggravate things further, at least, not only for the rest of today, but for the next couple of days. Radar is scanning our skies, giving us a nice clean sweep as expected. Still the opportunity for a lingering stray shower right along the coast with that breeze off of the Atlantic, but by and large, most of us are dry for the rest of today and getting into the weekend and beyond. I'll show you that 7-day forecast in just 1 second. Here's a live look outside in Daytona Beach. The water's starting to come back down as we have reached high tide about an hour or two ago. You see the dirtiness of that water, though, all the sediment there being kicked up from the storm. It's a live look in Daytona Beach with our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia Skycam. Temperatures back to around 80 degrees right now. That breeze, again, still stiff at about 14 miles an hour. The waves are still pretty large out there. You saw that live there. We're hanging out in that 5 to 10 foot range right along the shore. Still what's left of the hurricane, again, not meteorologically a hurricane, it's pushing out towards Bermuda. That's where we still have the 20 to 30 foot waves. But nonetheless, you saw how rough it was out there. We are going to keep things pretty rough as we go forward over the next couple of days. Now here's a look at your pinpoint, accurate forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Freedom Health Medicare Advantage Plans.
Temperatures getting back to the mid-70s by 10 o'clock as we get into tomorrow. 79 degrees by lunchtime. We're at 81 by 2, 80 degrees by 4. Lots of sunshine tomorrow. Lots of sunshine for the weekend. Still, the humidity, it's not completely clear, but nonetheless, it's getting better. And as we go forward for the next couple of days, this is the temperature anomaly map where you see the blue on the screen here. That's where we're expecting temperatures to be below normal, and that is fast forwarding out by the time we get towards the middle and latter stages of next week. Big chunk of cooler air coming. Our first big cold front of the season is on the horizon. Window opening weather is going to be coming down the pipeline as well by the time we get to the middle and latter stages of next week. In the short term, though, we have that drier air in play. Now here's a look at your pinpoint accurate 7-day forecast. Temperatures tomorrow back to 83. 85 degrees on Sunday, and then there we go with the big changes. That front comes through on Wednesday, early Wednesday. The good news about that one, it's going to be a dry frontal passage, so not any rain coming with it, but you see the temperatures, 77 for a high on Wednesday. I think on Thursday we could have widespread 50s to start the morning. It has been months since that has happened. We're back to 79 on Thursday, still hanging around 80 degrees, guys, to wrap up next work week.
Wow.
That looks delightful.
Yeah,
Let's
it really
bring it on.
does.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. All right, so if you know someone who is still without power after the hurricane, we know it can be frustrating.
Yeah, some people are getting a little restless, sitting in the dark without their AC. Coming up, why it may be taking longer to restore power in your neighborhood. Plus, celebrating new life in the midst of a hurricane. How these deputies work to get results for some expecting parents in the middle of Hurricane Milton. You're watching News 6 at 4. Getting results. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Light Orlando, delivering hope together.
Well, one thing on most people's mind after the storm, when will power come back on?
Yeah, and if you don't have power, you want it back as soon as possible. More than 2 million Floridians are still without electricity. Here's a current look at the outages across the state, including thousands of people here in Central Florida. The good news, though, we have seen a lot of workers around the clock trying to get that power back on. Our OUC crews were near Conway Road this morning, and Orlando police were spotted directing drivers since the traffic lights were out there. We're told workers are also getting ready to use drones to assess some damage. with the promise that more help for people without power is underway.
And while we continue to cover the aftermath of Hurricane Milton, there were some positives during the storm, including new life.
One couple in Polk County welcomed their baby girl overnight on Wednesday during the peak of the storm. Matt.
Yeah, pretty tense situation. I've had some, I shouldn't say I've had some babies. My wife has had some babies. Very, very tense situation. And I want you to imagine your water is breaking as the water is breaking on Hurricane Milton. So, and it was such a tense situation. The winds were so high that you couldn't get an ambulance out there. It was above the threshold for that. So Polk County deputies came to the rescue here. They got Zanaya and Javier to the hospital in time to have a beautiful little baby born. And those same Polk County deputies actually went back, checked on the family to make sure everything was okay. They must have formed some sort of attachment as they drove that brand new baby, that family, there to the hospital. And we hear everything is looking great for that family. Beautiful, healthy little baby.
Yeah,
Ladies,
we understand. They
I can't
named that little
imagine
baby
being in that situation.
They named her Jade, I think it
Yes.
was. And those deputies, they look so good in their hats and
I was
everything.
going to say, I like the cowboy hats.
Yeah, they must be
I'm
godparents.
glad they didn't name the baby Milton.
Oh, that was
Jade is much better.
100% better.
Milton would be rough.
That would be awful. That would be awful. And Jade, she wasn't going to wait for anybody. And to quote Jurassic Park, life finds a way.
As someone who has had two babies, a delivery nurse will tell you that anytime there is any type of weather event or a full moon.
Oh, the pressure and everything?
Yes, the labor and delivery department fills up. So, good. I'm glad that they were able to get to the hospital and everyone is happy and healthy and good times.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Matt. We'll see you in a little bit. Coming up, rising river levels across Central Florida, what this means for communities as they try to keep their homes out of harm's way.
Hey, check, 3, 2, 1. We are live outside.
from clickorlando.com and WKMG. We're getting results in your neighborhood now at 4:30.
Now on News 6, severe flooding across Central Florida in the aftermath of Milton. How the community is coming together to help one another and how you can make sure you get the aid you need. Glad you're with us tonight. I'm Lisa Bell.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. This is News 6 at 4:30, getting results. Matt Austin is out of the studio and in the community today. He joins us now live from Volusia County. And Matt, we understand you have a special guest with it.
Yeah, I'm out here because we got a call from a neighbor named Sandy who called into News 6. We got a truck coming through here right now, nice and slowly, fortunately. She called into News 6 because she was worried as the last 24 to 36 hours have been going, the water here has been rising by the inches. Some of them have said 3-4 inches in an hour that this water has risen. And so we wanted to get results for her. Everybody's worried that the water's going to keep rising, maybe seep into more homes. This is the city manager, Carmen Rosamonda. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So can you tell us, we're at Lower Lake Court, by the way. DeBerry Country Club is right here, and there's a lot of water in this area. I know this area has been complicated in the past, Tropical Storm Faye back in 2008. Tell us what the city has done to try to keep something like this from happening.
Well, as we said, over the last 15 years, we put a $30 million emergency management system in. We got 15 inches of rain in 12 hours, which is unprecedented. We were very successful with Hurricane Ian, but that was over for a couple days so we can manage the water. This just came so fast, so quickly. Our systems have been running. We had lowered all our lakes to create capacity, and it's just a matter of being able to handle the volume of water that Hurricane Milton. We were on the north side, eye side of the hurricane, and it just dumped a tremendous amount of water in a quick period of time. This particular water that you see here is groundwater from the surrounding areas. This area is in a little bowl, and so even though that we've managed a lot of the surface water, a lot of the groundwater now is seeping down into this particular area, and that's why they see the little rise. But I'm encouraged by looking around some of the debris around here in the subdivision is now about a foot and a half higher than the current water level. So we are making progress. Our pump right next door here runs about 14,000 gallons a minute. And so we're pumping water out as fast as we possibly can.
Okay, I wanted to ask you, some of the neighbors wanted me to ask you the question because there are rumors circulating that there's a sinkhole over here on one of the major roads and that one of the pipes burst when it comes to this pump over here. And they say the pump maybe wasn't working while the power was out. Can you tell me?
We have a generator down there. We did have one pump out for a few hours because of when the power surge hit. But we got a generator there. One pump's been running 24/7. The other pump was down 2 hours. We had to pull our guys off at 3 o'clock in the morning simply because the winds were getting higher than 60 miles an hour. In between that time, that 2 hour time where we got back to 6 a.m., that one pump that was off, we flipped the breaker back on because it had flipped because of the power surge. Other than that, these pumps have been on continuously for the last month or so to get in preparation not only for the tropical waves that we had, Hurricane Helene about 10 days ago, and now Hurricane Milton. They've been on continuously, and we've been moving water to our borough pit and then southwest DeBerry.
Okay, before I let you go, the people watching in these houses right now would just love to know when this water will be gone.
Well, I wish I had a genie in a bottle, but we're pumping it down, and it will slowly go down as we catch up. God given we don't get any more rain here, and we can get this water down.
Okay, forecast looks pretty clear for the near future. Carmen Rosamonda, thank you so much for taking the time to tell the people here what's going on with this water situation. I'm going to send it back into the studio. Ladies, so it looks like hopefully things have stabilized here and maybe the water will start coming down in the next few days.
Let's hope so, Matt.
Yeah, it's great you were able to get the community's questions answered too. So thank you.
And with that damage we've been seeing in areas across Central Florida, we want to share ways that you can begin to move forward to rebuild after the storm.
Yeah, News 6 investigator Mike DeForest joins us live now with the ways you could soon get help from FEMA. And Mike, that federal assistance is not available just yet, though, right?
Correct. Not yet. The state of Florida has requested it. That's the very first step. And FEMA has now received that. So now the next step, and we're told it could really happen at any moment later this afternoon, that parts of Florida impacted by Hurricane Milton will be declared federal disaster areas so that folks can start getting individual assistance. Now, once that declaration is made, Eligible victims can receive a $750 disaster assistance payment from FEMA that does not need to be paid back. That money is intended for essentials like food, water, medicine, and clothes. Now, depending on certain qualifications, additional FEMA money will be available to pay for home repairs, home rentals, or other lodging. Money will also be available for personal property, things like vehicles, appliances, computers, as well as childcare and medical bills. Now, qualified individuals can receive a maximum of $43,600 in FEMA assistance for just housing, and then that same maximum amount for those other needs. Now, again, once Hurricane Milton is added to the disaster list, you'll be able to apply for aid using the FEMA mobile app or on the agency's website, disasterassistance.gov. You can also call 1-800-621-FEMA. That phone line staffed from 7 in the morning until 11 at night. You can also speak to someone in person by visiting a FEMA disaster recovery center. But I want to point out that right now, there are none in the Central Florida region. The closest is in Hillsborough County. Addresses for the disaster recovery centers can be found on FEMA's website. Now, again, to be clear, right now, only victims of Hurricane Helene are eligible for that federal assistance, but we expect Hurricane Milton to be added to the list anytime tonight, and then those applications will open up. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and Mike, we know there is a lot of confusion about the help that FEMA can and cannot offer. A lot of misinformation, a lot of disinformation online on social media. So we want to let people know that we've posted resources on our website, clickorlando.com, and we will be updating it as new information comes in. The help is available, but it's a process. And it's a process that local and state and federal officials all have to go through before they can start distributing some of that aid. So thank you, Mike, for clearing some of that up for us.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the situation out here in DeBary, but man, we have been seeing flooding issues all over the place. In Seminole County, we have some video of that where, at your house might seem fine, but somebody downstream from you might really be having some problems. We have our own News 6's Catherine Silver out reporting on the issues they're having in Seminole County. Catherine?
Hey, Matt, so we have been covering some ground in Geneva today, and for the most part, you really can get around, but the closer you get to the St. Johns River or Lake Harney, the closer you get to flooding. So right now, I am standing on Retreat Road in Geneva, and you can see just how much water is on the street and this surrounding area, and this is before the river has crested.
It's not the worst case scenario, but there is still worry along the St. Johns River. This is the major impact from Milton. Major flooding here on Retreat Road.
It would be about right here.
Erica McCall and her family say only high-rise vehicles are getting in and out. The shoulder has become a parking lot. Any water in homes, or is it all on the roads?
It's all on the roads right now, but the river's going to continue to come up. And the last storm, it was 7 inches from going inside our house.
Emergency officials say the water will keep rising through the next week as all of the rain flows through the St. Johns River.
We're showing a leveling off, not really a crest at this point.
At the Geneva fire station, the rush to get ready as people grab sandbags.
We just sent bagging up many bags as we can for the community.
Disaster supplies are staged at the World Heritage Center. You got some tarps and water today?
Yeah, they got some box water, drinking water, which is good for, if you don't want to drink, it's good for cooking at least, And then the tarps are helpful for covering things up, roof damage, things like that.
Rescue crews have already used their high water trucks to answer a medical call on Bandit Way. Whitcomb Drive is still passable, but yards and driveways are flooded.
Right now we're at about 8.5 feet, and we'll have water on the road at about 9 feet. It's supposed to get up to 10.2 according to the projections right now.
Gabriel Madlang is without power, and he hopes he won't be without access. You guys have been through this before, so you know what to expect.
Yes, yeah. We like I said, this is a lot better than it was 2 years ago. It was good practice because I think right now this seems pretty easy, to be honest.
That's good news. I actually met Gabriel for the first time 2 years ago, right after Hurricane Ian. That was record flooding for the St. Johns River above Lake Harney here in Geneva. It looks like this time the river level is going to be about 2 feet below what it was then, if those projections hold. Of course, that is not record flooding. It is still major flooding, which means water on the roads and around homes for a bit of time. And the river is expected to keep rising through next week. For now, I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
All right, Catherine, thank you. We do want to bring in our meteorologist now, Jonathan Kagas, who's been watching those water levels with us very closely. And the unfortunate thing, as many of those homeowners know, once we hit that peak crest, it's going to take a while before that water starts to recede.
It will. It's a really, really slow process on the St. Johns. Again, it's a very weird and stubborn river. Here we go. This is right where Catherine was at, and she hit the nail on the head with the latest projections here. Expected to crest or at least level off as we get into early next week. There's 10.1 by Tuesday afternoon, expected to crest later on Wednesday morning at about 10.2 feet. And as she mentioned, a couple of feet below the record that was just set 2 years ago, of course, with Hurricane Ian. DeLand, same deal. We are teetering with major flood stage right now, and we will continue to watch that slow rise. There's 2 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, 5.7 feet, still also underneath the record, but expected to crest at 5.8 by the time we get into the October 15th, the Tuesday range by 8 o'clock into the evening. Still some fluctuations with that as well in terms of the timeline crest, but it's not going to fall. It's not going to drop anytime soon anyway. Record flood stage on the St. Johns River near Sanford is 8.96 inches. We are likely going to crest at 7.8 feet by Wednesday, 10/16. That's going to be October 16th by 8 o'clock into the morning. So again, that slow rise into moderate flood stage near Sanford. And then, of course, we did break a record just set by Ian on the St. Johns at Astor. So upstream, 4.79 feet. It crested at about 4.8 feet already. Again, beating the record set just 2 years ago by Hurricane Ian at 4.71 feet. Of course, we're also watching Little Econ, the Little Wekiva, and major flood stage this afternoon, guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. And for people trying to get back on their feet after Milton, it can seem like a daunting task, especially without a lot of help.
And so that is why Second Harvest Food Banks say they are ready to help. They are always ready. That's where News 6's Nathaniel Rivas is joining us live from now. Nathaniel, what are some of the ways volunteers are trying to lend a helping hand?
Yeah, you know, in a place like this, like Second Harvest Food Bank, they rely heavily on volunteers. And all day today, there were a lot of volunteers here. Now, where I am right now is one of the main sections where volunteers will pack up bags of food, like non-perishable goods. We got some sweet peas here, got some cream of mushroom soup, even some chunky chicken noodle soup. They might put them on this conveyor belt, send them down, add some more food to a bag or a box. As you can see in this video, in the back, there's also a section where they sort through meats. Now, different companies also dropped off a lot of food early this morning, including 4 trailers worth of box meals from Feeding Florida and more than 4,000 box meals courtesy of Disney. Nonprofit partners were also here loading up trucks full of fruits and vegetables and waters. I talked to some of these volunteers this morning along with one of those nonprofit partners. What made you want to come in today to volunteer?
Honestly, it's the combination of like I do need community service hours for school, but also it makes me feel like I actually have an impact on the community, and like every time I see how like messed up everything is like in the world, it makes you think at least I have like some amount of like impact, even if it's just a small amount.
This food that's, you know, it's so much, but you know, people need to come back here next week, and we need to sort out food for them again and again and again and again. So, you know, doing this work is really necessary for those people so that they don't go to sleep hungry.
To me, that just shows the humanity, taking care of humanity. You know, it just shows that there is good in a lot of people. We can't look at the little bit of bad, because I always feel like there's more good people out here than bad. There are more people that's willing to put their shoulder to the plow to take care of the needs of others.
Yeah, it's always great to see the community helping each other out, and you at home can also help. If you go to feedhopenow.org, Second Harvest has put up various volunteer shifts and other ways to provide donations. They told me there are shifts available tomorrow, but they're filling up fast. but come this Monday is where they need the most help in regards of volunteers. Live in Orlando, Nathaniel Rivas getting results. News 6, back to you.
I love hearing that. You know, sometimes people think you always have to donate a big wad of cash. Sometimes it's just time and the bodies that they need. Nathaniel, thank you. Coming up, taking a look back at our coverage on the Gulf Coast during Hurricane Milton, meteorologist Jonathan Kegas breaks down what we saw during landfall.
This portion of the news is sponsored by your Central Florida Honda dealers.
Weather continues to improve and will also continue to be that way through the weekend as well. Just a few clouds hanging offshore at Port Canaveral. Skycam still bouncing around a little bit as we take a live look with our Launch Credit Union camera. See the palm trees blowing in the wind. Temperatures pretty comfortable out there, all things considered. We're hanging around 80 degrees right now. The breeze at about 15 miles an hour certainly helps. At least if you lost power to make it, at least it's not in the middle of the summer. That's what we keep on talking about. Here's a nice clean sweep from our radar image. We do have a couple of stray showers out over the Atlantic. We kind of saw it on the grayer side there with our port cam. That will continue to try to push their way back in again. Any kind of showers for the rest of the evening will be very limited to the Space Coast, and they will be gobbled up very quickly by a ton of dry air that continues to remain in place, not only for the rest of today, but through your weekend and then through a good chunk of next week as well. rainfall over the next week going to be very hard to come by, thankfully. Here's a look at your pinpoint, accurate forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by the Flooring Center.
Temperatures getting into tomorrow, very nice. By 10 o'clock, we're back to the mid-70s. Again, humidity winding down just a little bit. Still not maybe the best window opening weather just yet. That is coming very soon, though. Temperatures by 2 o'clock back into the lower 80s. And then by 4, we're hanging around 80 degrees with a mix of clouds and sunshine. Here's the deal. We have a little bit of, relatively speaking, cooler air all on the eastern eastern third of the country. Some warmth surging towards parts of the Great Lakes. And then look at this, back toward Minnesota, into the Dakotas. That's where we have 60s and 70s right now. That's our next batch of cooler air that will arrive by the time we get into next week. There's the drier air that is hanging around right now. For that, here's a look at your pinpoint accurate 7-day forecast. And by Saturday and Sunday, still warm, low to mid 80s. We're at 85 on Sunday, 86 on Monday. Look at all the sunshine, though. And then there we go. Front comes through Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, and that changes things up significantly. No doubt the coolest weather we have seen in a very long time. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. I think by Thursday morning, a lot of us are going to be waking up in the 50s.
Wow. That's how you turn a corner.
Yes, no doubt about that. And there's more where that came from, too. Some nice parade of cold fronts.
Fantastic.
Jonathan, thank you.
You got it.
And we want to talk about what happened while Hurricane Milton was making landfall. So this was News 6's Eric Monankin reporting just after 8 o'clock on Wednesday night.
Seems that we are now in the forward end of the eye, because I got my hood off. I mean, it's not even really windy right now. A little bit. I mean, I don't want to downplay it too much, but remember all of the rocking and rolling we had here earlier? All of these sailboats here? Definitely calmer than it was just a few minutes ago. So again, these are the piers that move up and down. I mean, there's a little bit of movement. We were definitely seeing some of these boats, as big as they are, yachts, I guess, get knocked around, but it is definitely at a decreased level compared to what we saw even the last time.
So that was at 8:09 Wednesday night, and here is Eric reporting less than 90 minutes later.
The last thing you guys said to me, I think it might have been Ginger about 40 minutes ago, was enjoy it while you can. Because the eye wall has clearly passed, and we are now on the backside of this hurricane. And yes, lots of transformers blowing, Matt, here over downtown Sarasota. So in between these gusts, what we're seeing is the skyline go darker, starting from the south end of Sarasota. So you see this, what looks like fireworks? Lost my hat here.
Wow. Okay, he didn't change locations. Right. He was in the very same spot. And this is exactly why we tell you, when there is a lull, when there's quiet during a storm, that is not the time to get complacent or go outside and look and see what's happening.
It is not. So there are several things going on in that video. First and foremost, that was not lightning. Those were all the transformers
I was going to say with
blowing
that
in
flashing,
the background,
yes.
for sure. Yeah, so a lot of times that's mistaken as lightning, but that is the wind literally ripping all the transformers apart there. Where Eric was, it was in a weird spot. This was a weird hurricane meteorologically by the time it got here. So first and foremost, when you're on the coast anyway, you get that worst part of the storm. That's the first part of the eye wall, and then it's nice and calm in the eye. But then you have the other piece of the eye wall to go through, and that's what Eric went through in Sarasota. So landfall around Cedar Key, around Siesta Key, I should say. This one was a weird one, though, because it was pulling in drier air on the southern side. So it really wasn't all that bad for Eric when he got into the first eye wall, because the southern half of the storm was falling apart. This was extremely north loaded. This is one of the things that we were talking about for our local impacts as well. And by the time the back half of the eye wall got going, the worst of the storm was kind of wrapping back around on the western side, and then that pulled the Gulf of Mexico into Sarasota. All of a sudden, he was taken by all that storm surge that he was kind of walking around in, almost unexpectedly. But again, that's what we were talking about. You never want to get complacent there. And this one was a very, very weird meteorological setup.
because he even moved in like 4 blocks, and then the water followed him there.
We saw all the water near the hotel that they were at and all that. I mean, it came in quick, and that's one of the reasons why when you're told to evacuate along the coast anyway, you have to do so, because it can go from being...
You don't have time to react.
By the time that water's up, it's too late.
Then you're in danger
for sure.
if you're trying to get out when that water's rising. Jonathan, thank you.
You got it.
Well, even though the storm has passed, there is still a warning to be very careful when you're outside.
Yeah, crews tell us they see medical emergencies even weeks after a storm hits. So right now we've already seen several rescues statewide with roads underwater and people needing help to get to a safe place. And you may remember after Hurricane Ian, people in parts of Seminole County had to use boats to get to and from their homes for months because of all the flooding. And you might not see this much water, but as News 6's Samira Kokinos reports, there are things you should look out for.
One that stands out to me a lot are trees.
So there's two different things that could happen. Of course, the wind type of the trees getting snapped.
But what about trees left standing in flooded areas?
If the root structure gets soft, we see trees topple down much later. It's normally, again, right around that flooded area.
If you're driving through flooding, there's an even bigger risk than getting stuck in your car.
We have sinkholes here in Florida, so if you can't see the roadway, you should not be on that roadway. Turn around, don't drown.
Also, don't walk in any water.
Water is contaminated. If you want to think about it, it's gone over cow fields, septic tanks, oil and gas over roadways. It is not safe to be in flooded water.
Not to mention, water can conceal power lines and other debris that can hurt you.
We really have a two-pronged hit when we have a hurricane. We have first the localized flooding, which is in the interior areas of the county. And then the second hit is about a week, sometimes a week and a half later, when all the water from Brevard, Orange County reaches to the St. Johns River through the tributaries and the creeks.
This high water rescue truck is a brand new tool that Seminole County is using to get results in its hurricane response. And this liftgate is going to make it easier for people to get on board.
We just purchased these vehicles last year in an effort to be able to get to people who are trapped by floodwaters. We actually have 54 inches of clearance, water fording capability on these vehicles. In the past, we have been in places where we couldn't get to people with our high water rescue vehicles, and we've had to put boats in the water.
And I got to hop on board.
How many people can actually fit in here?
We have room for 28 people, 3 crew members, and 25 people that we can rescue out of the water.
Plus extra room for pets, wheelchairs, a few personal belongings, and additional rescue equipment that may be needed.
Standing water and moving water in 8 to 12 inches is enough to pull somebody off of their feet and into a drain.
We've already seen the need for those types of vehicles.
That is for sure, yeah. News 6 at 5 is up next.
Live from clickorlando.com and WKMG. We're getting results in your neighborhood now at 5 p.m.
Now at 5, we are getting a look at the damage left behind from Milton and what's next with recovery. Several areas are dealing with flooding, downed trees, and damage to homes and buildings from one of the tornadoes caused by this storm. There are also still hundreds of thousands of people without power tonight. This is News 6 at 5. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
I'm Justin Warmouth. News 6 anchor Matt Austin is not here in studio with us. He is joining us live from DeBerry right now. A pretty tough situation for the folks who live in that neighborhood, Matt.
Yeah, guys, it's been our commitment to cover Hurricane Milton before, during, and now after, as a very complicated cleanup effort is underway. I'm here in the DeBerry Country Club area. There's a ton of neighborhoods. Normally it's beautiful. They all have their own little lakes, but now 2 lakes has turned into 1 lake right in the middle of this neighborhood. We got a call from a viewer to tell us, hey, I'm terrified that this water, now that the storm is gone, is going to keep on creeping closer and closer to my home. So she told us where to go. We went to pull into her neighborhood and you couldn't get in. It was impassable. In fact, when we came in, we found a guy who was having his truck pulled out of what used to be a road and is now a lake. Here's what he had to say.
I was trying to get through my house, and this happened yesterday. Apparently, this lake and the other lake, they got together and they just piled right into the road. We was trying to get in, and I got stuck right there by where the house is. And luckily, there was another truck behind me. He said, you know what, I'm going to make it easy for you. I'm going to pull you out. So they had to pull me out. I left the car here overnight. Oh. And this morning I came here because they locked the road. And I had to move. They told me I had to move the car. So here we are.
So you were just trying to get to your house.
That's it. And we couldn't make it.
How deep did it get as you were driving through?
3 foot.
3 feet. So
3 feet.
Well into your door.
Oh, no, it's inside. The water went inside.
So I just talked to the city manager live out here about a half hour ago. He says they currently have a 14,000 gallon pump right now operating to try to pump this water out of here. But he says there's so much water that came in so quickly that they're really trying to play catch up right now. And this is the story all across Volusia County. I'm pretty far inland in DeBerry. Molly Reed in Volusia County is closer to the coast, and they're having their own set of issues there. Here's Molly.
Many areas in Holly Hill have been flooding more and more over recent storms over the last few years, but the mayor here says this is the worst flooding they have seen in city history. Now, you can see there's still several inches here. It's gone down about 2 feet over the last day, but there is still a lot of water here. The mayor says the canals all around the city are so full they cannot take on any more water. Now, we did see some residents taking issues into their own hands trying to clear the debris out of some of the drains here. But the biggest problem, they say, are people driving by, creating a wake, putting even more water into their homes.
As we're cleaning and saving the rooms that didn't have water, that we put our things in from the other room, now those are getting inundated. So now we lost more.
It's very difficult because we don't have any actual statue to cover that particular action of them. Is very disservice to them, to the residents here. They're inconsiderate when they're coming through, or it could be a lack of education where they don't realize the destruction that they're causing when they're doing stuff like this. We're trying to enforce it the best we can, but there's little to nothing we can pretty much do when it comes to a specific statute to enforce. We are making sure that we are able to stop them and educate them.
Now, this is just one street here, but the mayor says it's looking like this in several areas all over the city. They say if you do have to drive down one of the roads, try to go less than 5 miles per hour to try to not create a wake. They say they ran out of road closed signs. They're trying to get more from the state. Again, this is something though we're seeing all over. So if you can't avoid driving down these flooded roads, try to do so. In Holly Hill, I'm Molly Reed, getting results, News 6.
And I'm so glad Molly brought that up because we're seeing the same thing here in DeBerry. If we could pan over, what I thought was a receding line in this water, neighbors tell me, is actually where all that water and debris gets pushed up as people drive their trucks through here. So In some of these cases, it's only inches away from getting inside one of these homes, and one truck coming through could be the deciding factor of this water getting into your living room. So just wanted to mention that as well. We're seeing that all over the place. I want to get you inside to our meteorologist, Jonathan Kegas. Folks around here, Jonathan, are looking very closely at these river levels, hoping these things don't rise too much.
Unfortunately, that rise is going to continue. It's a slow rise, so you do have time to maybe get more sandbags up or get things elevated. But that's what we always typically see on the larger bodies of water, specifically on the St. Johns. So here's what's going on along the St. Johns. We have the St. Johns and Astor in record flood stage. Of course, that is major flood stage, exceeding the flood we just had 2 years ago in Hurricane Ian. The red dot here, that's going to be in DeLand. That is where we have the St. Johns River expected to crest in a moderate flood stage, getting into major flood stage. Minor flood stage right now on the St. Johns in Sanford, that is expected to get to moderate flood stage. The deal here where it improves a little bit as we get into Brevard County, this was the drier area, relatively speaking. We just talked about that, how the storm was oriented just a little bit ago for Eric Von Enken's shots that we had when he was in Sarasota. Same deal. The drier side was closer to Yeehaw Junction, Palm Bay, and Rockledge. All of the water falls south of Astor and south of Deltona, and we watch all that water kind of drain from south to north. It is a very weird river. It's a very slow-moving river, one of the slowest in the country, and that's why it helps. It builds later than we typically see, and it drains a little bit later and slower than what we typically see, guys.
Yeah, Jonathan, and around here they say they got between 12 and 15 inches of rain. As I bring in my friends from the studio here, that rain has caused these rivers to overflow into many neighborhoods across Central Florida.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Matt. I mean, similar situations, especially for the folks who live on the Little Econ River in East Orange County.
Yeah, News 6's Donovan Myrie is live near Rouse and Buck Roads tonight. Donovan, how's it looking out there today? I know the water was receding in that neighborhood.
Yes, Ginger, you've got it right. And, you know, compared to what Matt and what Jonathan were just talking about, how the water is rising from south to north along the St. Johns, the water here is going down. In fact, if you look behind me, you can see a home back here. We couldn't get this angle to see this home. That water is going down. It's going down steadily, and we're able to kind of creep up the road as we go. Some of the video that we took yesterday, the gentleman in this video was wading through that water to get to his house. If you can see, that water was so high, it was up to the bottom of his mailbox, and he was going inside to check on his animals. We talked to his kids today. His son was here, and I asked him, I go, is your dad okay? He's like, Dad is fine. The animals are okay, and said that the water got up to the steps on the house but never got into the house. So that is some very good news. You know, we have spent the last couple of days out here. You know, we've gotten to know some of the residents up and down the street. This is a neighborhood. These are some very, very nice people, and they're basically dealing with what they have to deal with. One resident told me, you know, this place has flooded about 6 times in the last few years, and it never used to flood like this. So they are doing the best that they can, you know, and it's kind of good news. In all of this that has happened in Milton, this is some good news. Live down here by UCF, Donovan Myrie getting results. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, it is good news for a lot of people. But have you met people? Well, Donovan's gone, because I feel like people, if you've been through it 6 times, right? Then it's like it's exhausting. It's like, well, this might be there won't be a 7th time.
Well, I mean, Donovan was talking to that guy who was getting ready to sell his house. He was repairing it after Ian, and then this hit. He said he almost had it ready.
Yeah. So we know a lot of people are posting and sharing online where they're seeing power outages and asking, when will it come back on?
Not soon enough. Crews tell us they are working around the clock, though, to make that happen, Matt.
Yeah, they are working hard, and we've gotten some numbers to prove that. So let's pull up those power outage numbers for you. First off, still a lot of people are without power, and nothing will make you crabbier than being without power. More than 2 million Floridians don't have it. Volusia County is seeing the most outages in Central Florida with more than 121,000. In Orange County, they're seeing 80,000 outages. Lake is at 63,000. Seminole and Brevard County, They're seeing the fewest at 40,000 outages. This morning we did see OUC crews near Conway Road. Spokesperson says they've restored power for 65% of customers there. Other power companies like FPL said they've restored power to 1.3 million Floridians, and Duke Energy so far has restored 350,000. Duke also just gave an update saying they're expecting to have the majority of outages fixed in our area by Sunday. So that's some really good news. Also, before I toss it back in to my friends in the studio here, I want to ask you a question. Do you think people in this neighborhood here with all of this water have power or don't have power?
Have power.
Yes, you're
Trick
right.
question.
I was a little surprised to hear that. It was a trick question. Yeah, even though water is encroaching on their homes, they do have power in this neighborhood in DeBary. So that's a little something that they have going for them right now.
Matt, you gave it away earlier when you said that the neighbors were coming out after they saw you on TV and asked you to ask the city manager some questions. See, I listen. Great job, though. Thanks,
Yes,
Matt.
they have been out. They watch it. And I do want to say they normally watch us on TV, too, even before a hurricane. But now they're really watching because we are in their neighborhood and getting results for them as a city manager gave them some information that they really wanted to hear.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you, Matt. Well, another thing that is top of mind right now, assessing the damage and getting the help you need.
In a timely fashion, too, coming up, we're taking a look at what insurance typically covers and how you can file a claim. You're watching News 6 at 5. Getting results. We'll be right back.
Sponsored by Launch Credit Union. Go beyond.
Welcome back to our extensive coverage here after Hurricane Milton came through and left quite a mess in many neighborhoods. And one of the things that we keep hearing from people in these neighborhoods is, when something happens to my house, what do I do to try to get some help, Ginger?
Yeah, and Matt, we've all been hearing that as well and seeing it all over social media. Justin is over at the weather wall now to break down what you need to do to see about coverage with your homeowner's insurance. Really important.
Yeah, really important, Ginger, no doubt. First off, the elephant in the room, if you did not already have homeowner's insurance, hurricane coverage, or flood insurance before Milton hit, it is a little too late for that, unfortunately. But if you did, all right, so the first step is to review your policy, understand exactly what that policy covers. So here's what homeowners insurance typically covers. So we're talking about the structure of your home. So the policy pays to repair and rebuild your home, and often other structures like a garage, a tool shed, a gazebo maybe. Next is those personal belongings, usually 50 to 70% of the insurance you have on the structure of your home, and then your additional living expenses coverage. Like if you need to live somewhere else because your home was too damaged, things like a hotel, food, more may be covered as well. But keep in mind, there may be limits on this coverage. So if this applies to you, you want to be very clear on those limits. Finally, that liability, which covers you in the event someone gets hurt on your property. So this typically doesn't really apply to the hurricane situation we're talking about right now, but it is good to note. So how do you proceed once you determine what your policy covers? Hopefully you prepped, you took those photos of your home, your belongings, and then set aside receipts for big ticket items before the storm. If not, do that right now. If you can find photos of items before they were damaged too, that'll help reach your insurance company as soon as possible to report damages. You'll likely need to file a separate claim if you do have flood insurance and have experienced flooding. So if you have structural damage, make sure you put up those tarps or whatever you have to do to keep further damage from happening. Save all the receipts for those temporary fixes and make sure you talk to contractors as well. So you save all those written estimates in order to submit to the insurance company. A lot of information. We have it all broken down as well on our website, clickorlando.com, Matt.
Yeah, Justin, it can be a really long process. About to get a little loud here. We have some kind neighbors bringing some sandbags into the neighborhood here. Thank you guys for doing that. But yes, that insurance process can be tricky. But they say some of the things you should do, keep all your documents in one place where you're not going to forget where it is. And every time you talk to one of these insurance people, write it down. Write down their name. Write down what they talked to you about. That way, at the end of the process, you know exactly who said what. The key to the whole thing, Ginger, is documentation.
Absolutely, 100%, Matt. And make sure you do your research, too, when you're picking your contractors. Never sign your assignment of benefits over to a contractor or insurance company, because if your company will pay out more than the repairs actually cost, that contractor actually pockets that extra cash, not you. If you don't have insurance coverage, FEMA may still be able to help you out with any damage. News 6 investigator Mike DeForest will be covering that for you coming up at 5:30. In the meantime, though, meteorologist Jonathan Kagas has been busy tracking Milton and its aftermath for days now.
Yeah, Ginger, we're still watching a little breeze out there. The main concern, of course, is where Matt and Catherine and others across News 6 have been talking about, that we've been watching the water levels come up on the St. Johns. That's the biggest concern now. And, of course, our rivers that are still in major flood stage. This is a live look in Port Canaveral with our Launch Credit Union camera. Still a touch breezy, certainly doing much, much better than where we've been over the past couple of days. 80 degrees under a mainly sunny sky. The breeze at about 16 miles an hour. That's the sustained wind coming out of the east. It's keeping the ocean very, very choppy and also generating just a few teeny tiny showers every now and then making their way on shore. That's why we have a few extra clouds along the coast, because of that extra Atlantic moisture coming in. You see right there just above the News 6 logo, a couple of stray showers out over the Atlantic. Those are going to try to push inland. Again, not making it very far inland as we have a ton of dry air overhead. Also some comfy air overhead. Right now we have dew point temperatures in the low to mid 60s across most of central Florida. This is where we typically are, right where the arrow is in the middle of summer. That's that tropical air mass. Again, we are beyond that. We are back into this area. So we're certainly in the more comfortable phase. By the time we get to next week, though, we're going to drop right down into this category, into the 50s and 60s. The biggest cold front of the season is working down the pipeline. Now here's a look at your pinpoint, accurate forecast.
Your forecast brought to you by Napleton Chrysler Jeep Dodge.
And it's going to be very nice and relatively pleasant again tomorrow. 75 degrees by 10 o'clock in the morning. We're at 79 by noon, 81 by 2, hanging around 80 degrees by 4, with temperatures topping out in the low to mid 80s again tomorrow. The big time warmth still surging towards the nation's midsection. The relatively cooler air hanging out kind of where we are, then back up to the Carolinas and into the Northeast. We're going to take a trip back into the upper Midwest and northern plains. And that's where we have our next cold front, really our first cold front of the season. And it's a pretty decent one coming down the pipeline by the time we get into the end of next work week. So here we go, 83 degrees tomorrow, 85 on Sunday. Things very, very nice to continue cleanup work. We're 86 degrees on Monday, and then on Tuesday into Wednesday, that is when our big time front comes knocking on the door. We're at 77 on Wednesday, 79 on Thursday. I think a lot of us guys, Wednesday morning and Thursday morning, waking up in the 50s.
That's a door I'm opening when that
I like
happens.
that. Thank you, Jonathan. Well, with everything going on with Milton, believe it or not, we could still see a rocket launch as soon as this weekend.
Back to business, right? We take a look at the damage being reported at the Kennedy Space Center. That's next.
Welcome back to News 6's special coverage, the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. Well, SpaceX managed to successfully launch the ESA Hera mission, and they did so just in the nick of time, guys.
Yeah, can you believe that? Even with all the recovery efforts happening now from Milton, another interplanetary mission could soon get off the ground.
Believe it or not, News 6's James Sparvero tells us how the Kennedy Space Center fared during the storm.
So I can't get back onto the base of the Space Center just yet, but I can show you through the Space Force pictures of the damages that they're reporting. It looks minor, fortunately, and that means that the Space Center and the Cape could reopen at any moment. We hope so, because NASA's thinking that Sunday might be its next launch, and it's going to be a mission going to Jupiter. Here's Bill Harwood from CBS News telling us more about that.
NASA's going to launch the Europa Clipper on top of a Falcon Heavy rocket. That's a $5.2 billion spacecraft that's going to Jupiter to study the ice-covered moon Europa, where scientists think there's a subsurface sea that may prove to be habitable.
And liftoff. Go Hera, go Falcon, go SpaceX.
The last launch here was back on Monday. That was the Hera mission. It's going to study the effects from when NASA intentionally crashed a spacecraft into an asteroid. I know it sounds like it was something out of a movie, but that really happened 2 years ago. NASA called it its first planetary defense test. Back to Europa Clipper. If the Space Center can reopen very soon, that launch could happen as soon as Sunday afternoon at 12:12. For now, we know that the KSC Visitor Complex will reopen tomorrow. At the Kennedy Space Center, I'm James Sparvero, Getting Results News 6.
All right, thank you, James. And we have seen all that damage. And with that damage, it's important to know your resources.
Yeah, the federal aid that could soon be available and how to apply for it. That's next. Plus, rain from Milton is causing local rivers to flood, pushing that water into neighborhoods. Why the problem is expected to get even worse. That's coming up. We're getting results on News 6. It's Friday. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
From clickorlando.com and WKMG, we're getting results in your neighborhood now at 5:30.
Now at 5:30, we're taking a look at how Milton is impacting local rivers and flooding communities.
First, though, as Central Florida recovers from Hurricane Milton, some people are going to need that extra help. Glad you're with us. I'm Justin Mormon.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden.
And I'm Matt Austin, out live in DeBerry right now, where neighbors are pretty terrified that this water that's been rising over the last day and a half might start to creep into more of their homes. Some of them already have water inside their homes. This is Lower Lake Court in the DeBerry Country Club area, and it's right on what's called Lower Lake, and it's called that for a reason. This is where all the water from the county here, or this area at least, tends to pool, and a lot of water came from Milton. I want to show you over here where neighbors have marked. They're scared because they say maybe 36 hours ago, this road, you could drive on it, it was fine, but they put these little markers there to say where the water line is so they know that if it's stabilized, if it's going up or it's going down. Now, it has been at that line for quite a while, and neighbors are hoping that the pumps that the city has set up, a 14,000-gallon pump, is going to continue keeping this the way it is, and over the next few days, maybe draining it some more so they can start getting in and out of their houses. Now, I said earlier, some of the neighbors I spoke to had power. They were watching us. Well, it turns out some of the other neighbors called, and they don't have power all the way down here. So pretty miserable situation, very tense around here for the neighbors. And one question that we constantly get from people out here is, to this damage to my home, how can I get some federal help? How do you get that FEMA assistance? It can feel like one of those sort of nebulous topics. You know, FEMA helps, but what do you actually do to get that help? Well, we have our investigator, Mike DeForest, looking into just that. So, Mike, what's the story there?
Well, we need to make clear that right now, help is not available from FEMA for Hurricane Milton. First, the state of Florida had to request that assistance. We're told that has happened. And now, any moment now, actually, we could see areas of Florida impacted by Hurricane Milton added to the federal disaster area so folks can begin seeking individual assistance. Now, once that declaration is made, eligible victims can receive a $750 disaster assistance payment from FEMA that does not need to be paid back. Now, that money is intended for essentials like food, water, medicine, and clothes. Now, depending on certain qualifications, additional FEMA money will be available to pay for home repairs, home rentals, or other lodging. Money will also be available for personal property, things like vehicles, appliances, or computers, as well as childcare and medical bills. Qualified individuals can receive a maximum $43,600 in FEMA assistance for just housing, and then that same maximum amount for other needs. Now again, once Hurricane Milton is added to the disaster list, you'll be able to apply for aid using the FEMA mobile app or on the agency's website, disasterassistance.gov. You can also call 800-621-FEMA. That phone line is staffed from 7 in the morning until 11 at night. And you can also speak to someone in person by visiting a FEMA disaster recovery center. Right now, though, I'll tell you, there are none in the Central Florida area. The closest is in Hillsborough County. The most current addresses for disaster recovery centers can be found on FEMA's website. Now, again, to be clear, right now, only victims of Hurricane Helene can apply for that FEMA assistance, but we expect Hurricane Milton to be added to the list anytime later tonight. Back to you guys.
Okay, Mike, I'm glad you mentioned that. So they haven't added Milton to the list there. But I'm curious, you gave a lot of options. You can call, you can use their app. Does it seem like it's a laborious process? How much paperwork are you going to need to prove that you're eligible for something like this? Of course, once they put Milton on the list.
I think everybody's going to be different. You are going to have to show that you were impacted by this disaster. One of the misconceptions of who can qualify, you have to be either a U.S. citizen or a qualified non-citizen. You're going to have to provide your social security number, and then the application will ask you additional questions. I think in some cases they may need to send somebody out to see what kind of damage. There's going to be a lot of different aid of options available, and it's all going to depend on your circumstance. Once Milton is added to the list, of course.
Yeah, there's no one size fits all. We'll let you know as soon as Milton is added to that list. Great information there, Mike DeForest. And we want you to have these resources at your fingertips whenever you need it. You can go to clickorlando.com/Milton resources, and we've put resources for whichever county you're in, federal things, anything you need should be right there on that website, easy for you to get to. All right, I want to take a moment to get into our meteorologist, Jonathan Kagas. It's been good weather to be out rebuilding today. People are also worried about those river levels, and Jonathan has the answer on those fronts.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Matt, as you keep on saying too, you've been watching the rivers where you are and the water come up in most cases. And this is going to be the deal for the St. Johns River above Lake Harney. You saw Donovan out there earlier, and where he is at, the water is coming down. So the smaller streams, creeks, and tributaries, those are starting to show some improvements after reaching major flood stage, where we're still going to have the issues well into next week and beyond. It's going to be on the St. Johns. This is above Lake Harney, where Catherine has been reporting, expected to crest next week, early to mid next week at about 10.2 feet. That will be about 2-ish feet below what Ian did for perspective. And again, that perspective wasn't that long ago, only in 2022. St. Johns River near DeLand, this is expected to crest on Tuesday the 15th at around 8 o'clock. And again, the time on that, there's some wiggle room, but a cresting around 5.8 feet, again, just under the record of 6.33 for perspective. Now, getting into Sanford, we're going to be cresting in moderate flood stage. This is going to happen sometime around the 15th or 16th. Give or take again at about 7.8 feet. That's going to happen on Wednesday. The marker there showed 7.6 on Tuesday before the peak. And then there we go, 4.79 feet. That is where we are right now, and that eclipsed the old record set back in Ian just 2 years ago. This is on the St. Johns River at Astor. We officially crested at 4.8 feet earlier this afternoon. And again, it's going to fluctuate, so it might push back up a little bit as the wind continues to be strong out of the north. So we're going to keep it right around record flood stage, unfortunately, through at least the second part of the weekend until we see a very slow drop on the St. Johns near Astor, guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you very much. And Milton has caused not just lakes like here in DeBary to flood, but also rivers are a huge concern right now. One of the big ones is the Little Wekiva River.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. Homeowners living near the river say their property has been inundated with water.
Yeah, the section of the Spring Oaks subdivision that's right near 434 and 436 in Altamont Springs has widespread flooding. The Little Wekiva River is at major flood stage. It is expected to drop, but as Jonathan has been telling us, at a very slow pace. There's a swift current of water flowing in between homes and out into the street, meaning the situation is likely going to last for several days, possibly longer. Unfortunately, this is a familiar scene for people who live there. Many neighbors say they just wrapped up repairs from Hurricane Ian in 2022. They're now dealing with that influx of water again. News 6's Mark Lehman spoke to them about it.
We just finished remodeling from Ian, and now we're going through this again.
So what's it look like at your home?
Right now, the back patio is full of water. My pool is full, is not nasty right now. My porch is really full too.
Drainage is an issue. I don't know if maybe adding more storm drains would help. We've talked to them about multiple things, but it's an ongoing battle.
Now, there has been talk about fixes in the neighborhood, but a permanent solution might require raising properties, which homeowners would then have to fit the bill for. For now, the neighborhood is watching the water and waiting for it to go down before cleanup can happen yet again, Matt.
Yeah, and floodwaters mostly receded on Seminole Boulevard along the Sanford Riverwalk here. I just drove by this with my photographer a few hours ago. It was looking pretty good. Sky 6 was over the area this morning. There are a few spots where water from Lake Monroe is still pooling. Sky 6 spotted a car that got stuck, but this area not out of the woods yet. Emergency leaders say water is going to keep rising in the coming days. All the rain we got ahead of Milton and then from Milton is draining through the St. Johns River and right there into that lake. So it is a complicated situation. I could say just driving along the lake today, it looked high, way higher than I've seen it in the past. So, but hopefully things are stabilizing now, guys.
Yeah, let's hope so. You know, Geneva is also along the St. Johns River, Matt, which means the community is seeing flooding there as well.
News 6's Catherine Silver joins us live in Geneva, where water is surrounding homes there. Catherine, I know you spoke to Seminole County's emergency manager about what's possible in the week ahead.
Yeah, so it's his job to prepare you for the worst, right? So he says it is possible that we could see water on State Road 46 in the coming week. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to close that road. It does mean they are making contingency plans. In the meantime, neighborhood roads like this one close to Lake Harney and the St. Johns River, they're already underwater, and the river, well, it's still rising. It's not the worst case scenario, but there is still worry along the St. Johns River. This is the major impact from Milton. Major flooding here on Retreat Road.
It would be about right here.
Erica McCall and her family say only high-rise vehicles are getting in and out. The shoulder has become a parking lot. Any water in homes, or is it all on the roads?
It's all on the roads right now, but the river's going to continue to come up. And the last storm, it was 7 inches from going inside our house.
Emergency officials say the water will keep rising through the next week as all of the rain flows through the St. Johns River.
We are still in response mode here in Geneva as the St. Johns River continues to increase.
At the Geneva fire station, the rush to get ready as people grab sandbags.
We just sent bagging up many bags as we can for the community.
Disaster supplies are staged at the World Heritage Center.
The tarps are helpful. We had some leaks, but I'll just go ahead and throw this on the roof with some sandbags.
Rescue crews have already used their high water trucks to answer a medical call on Bandit Way. Whitcomb Drive is still passable, but yards and driveways are flooded.
Right now we're at about 8.5 feet, and we'll have water on the road at about 9 feet. It's supposed to get up to 10.2 according to the projections right now.
Gabriel Madlang is without power, and he hopes he won't be without access. You guys have been through this before, so you know what to expect.
Yes, yeah. We like I said, this is a lot better than it was 2 years ago. It was good practice because I think right now this seems pretty easy, to be honest.
Yeah, and it is a lot better than Ian. And you know, so many of the people who live here know what they are dealing with. So when we use past storms as an example, the emergency manager gave Tropical Storm Faye back in 2008 as an example for them. So not record flooding, but still major flooding. There is that sandbag site that opened at the old fire station today. So if you need sandbags, that's where you should get them for the week ahead. For now, I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
All right, Catherine, I know you mentioned State Road 46. At this point, there's no plan to close it. Is there a point where they would have to close it?
I imagine safety is the biggest factor there. If there is enough water where it's unsafe for vehicles to get through, then they probably would make the decision to go ahead and close that. But that is an absolute last case resort. Of course, that's a very major road, popular, traveled by so many people. So they're going to keep that open as long as they can. We just have to see, you know, how much water we get on the roads here as it continues to rise through the next week, and then we'll know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, that is the big issue. It is a waiting game.
No doubt.
Catherine, thank you.
Well, one couple told us they lost everything because of Milton.
A tree fell on their home. Coming up, we take a look at the damage and how you can help. You're watching News 6 at 5:30. Getting Results. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Good Greek Moving and Storage.
Hurricane Milton has left a lot of damage in its wake, including, in some cases, destroying homes.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matt, it happened to a couple in Leesburg.
And now they're asking the community to help them find a new place to live. News 6's Jarrell Baker has their story.
Carlos Rodriguez is trying to clear a path on Old Colony Road in Leesburg after Hurricane Milton's strong winds knocked down this massive tree onto his home.
Over here's where you can see the tree real well.
It's a small step he and his wife, Dina, are taking on their long road to recovery after losing everything.
When we first pulled up and I got out of the vehicle, I bursted out crying. I was like, my house is destroyed. It's totally destroyed.
The couple bought this home 3 years ago and say it's where they saved their marriage.
He wasn't going to buy it, but he saw the potential in it. To help me out, he bought it because we were going through
Separation,
and this is pretty much our home of reconciliation.
Thankfully, the couple made a life-saving decision to evacuate right before the storm.
But if we were sitting on the couch, he usually lays down on the couch, we would have been dead.
Yeah.
He would have been dead.
The two will stay in their hotel off of International Drive for the next 2 days, but after that, they'll be homeless.
It's completely totaled. We don't have insurance because insurance doesn't do these type of structures. You know, we could have had renter's insurance, but it really only covers what's inside.
Their only option right now is to sell off everything they can.
I'm noticing now, even
That's
myself,
not straight no more neither.
how you see the angle
It
that
shifted.
it shifted the whole trailer.
Luckily, several friends in their community offered them a place to stay while they figure things out.
We love the community. We love it here. It's a great neighborhood.
Close to my job.
Yeah, it's convenient for me because the residents know me. They allow me to work on their homes.
The couple created a GoFundMe, hoping to raise $15,000 to put a down payment on a new home to replace their trailer and stay in the community. In Leesburg, Jarrell Baker, Getting Results, News 6.
Oh, all of that is just so heartbreaking. And there's nothing you can do about that. A giant tree like that falls, it's going to do some serious damage.
The only thing they could have done, they did, and that is get out of there.
Yeah.
And to make that last-minute decision to evacuate, save their life likely,
That is for
perhaps.
sure.
I don't know. I mean, it's that you see those trees like that, Jonathan.
No
That's what
question.
that's the reason we have so many power outages. Obviously, we have a lot of homes that have trees on them. And that's why in these manufactured mobile homes, it was a very encouraged to get out of those and find shelter.
It was, especially when you're talking about those winds getting over 75 miles an hour. That's basically the threshold where we start to encourage people to start to think about leaving. Here's a live look outside right now in Port Canaveral, Brevard County with our Launch Credit Union camera. Still a little breezy out there. We have a nice clear spot in this shot, but we do have a couple of those showers that we've been pinpointing all evening long. They've been hanging out off of our coast, trying to push back inland or push back at least onto the 95 corridor. Tons of sunshine, just a few passing clouds out there. That was a live look with our Launch Credit Union camera. Now we're taking a look with our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Sky Cam, where we have a lot of sunshine. And it's pretty comfortable out there, all things considered. Still a touch humidity, but we'll take it, especially if your power is still out. 79 degrees right now at the airport. We're back to the northeast wind at about 13 miles an hour to help it feel a little bit better as well if you're waiting for the AC to come back on. Here's a look at the radar picture again. A couple of showers trying to sneak on shore. We have more downpours out over the Atlantic. Most of these guys aren't going to even make them to the coast because the air is so dry. That drier punch of air that came in right behind the hurricane, and you see all the orange and black on your screen. That is the drier air in the mid-levels of our atmosphere that we're going to keep around for the entirety of the weekend, so more sunshine where that came from. Now here's a look at your pinpoint, accurate forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Publix.
Temperatures get back to the lower 80s tomorrow. We're back to the mid-70s to start your morning. There's 10 o'clock, 79 by noon, 81 degrees by 2 o'clock. We'll keep that mainly sunny sky. Just a few of those puffy clouds again bubbling up with the heating of the day. Now here's a look at your pinpoint accurate 7-day forecast. 83 degrees on Saturday. We're back to the middle 80s again on Sunday with a lot of sunshine coming our way. And that dry weather going to continue for the foreseeable future. This is kind of the biggest transition, certainly the biggest drying trend that we have seen in quite some time. The end of hopefully the wet season is coming very, very soon, and we need to dry out. But this is no doubt a huge cold front coming Tuesday night into Wednesday. High temperatures are likely going to stay in the mid to upper 70s for most of Central Florida by Wednesday morning and Thursday morning of this upcoming work week, guys. Some may want the light jacket. Some may want the 50s, might do that for some people, and I think a lot of Central Florida guys are going to wake up into the 50s. We're hanging around 80 degrees on Friday.
I'm about to cry looking at that 70. It looks so good. Yeah. Thank you, Jonathan. Well, one of the positive things to come out of this hurricane, seeing neighbors helping neighbor.
It really pays to have a nice neighbor, right? And coming up, we're going to tell you about a neighbor who stepped up for our very own Lewis Bolden after he worked those long hours covering the storm and keeping you informed.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Freedom Health Medicare Advantage Plans.
The great Fred Rogers once said, "Look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping."
Yeah, and that's sound advice many have come to rely on when disaster strikes. Matt, we've already heard about acts of kindness in the wake of Hurricane Milton, and I know there's so many examples out there.
A lot of them out there, and even one of them in our own newsroom. Earlier today, our investigator Lewis Bolden was talking on the Take 6 news brief we do digitally, and he was dreading going home after, hours and hours and days of coverage, because then a lot of us have to go home and the first thing we do is storm cleanup. Well, Lewis didn't have to do that thanks to his neighbors.
So I woke up this morning, and my husband had written me a note. Apparently, he took a nap, and when he woke up, one of our neighbors was picking up all of the debris in our yard. They blew our driveway. He mowed our grass. He bagged it all up and took it all to the curb. And the first 2 times I told that story this morning, I got choked up because I was so exhausted. It was such a sweet, sweet thing to do. I just couldn't imagine somebody doing all of it. Was a lot of work.
I mean, come on. If that doesn't get you, I don't know what does. John's 13-year-old daughter, Amy, also helped out. You see it all over the place. Just good people. Just these little acts, but they mean the world. They mean the world to you. So very cool. Hard to listen to that, guys, back in the studio. We've all put in a lot of hours. I know I'm going to go home tonight, and I've got a little work waiting for me, I'm sure. I don't have the same neighbors.
We have a fun Saturday.
You know, I mean, the good thing is with Lewis's story, too, because we all have been on just constantly, right? Mm-hmm. And then you've got the video to show his neighbors just working and putting their hearts into cleaning his yard up because they were probably watching him on TV and knew how long he had worked.
Yeah, it's awesome. It really is.
Yeah, and it's one thing for somebody to buy you something or bring you, which, by the way, neighbors here have brought us snacks and waters.
That's nice,
just such good people in this state. But when you actually go out of your way and do work for somebody else, when you have the day off, come on.
God bless those people.
It's the little things, man.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Matt. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Still to come on News 6 at 6. It's not where Matt is, but much of Volusia County is still dealing with flooding. We're going to be checking in with neighbors in Holly Hill on how they're doing with all of that flooding.
And later throughout the destruction, we are seeing again that good here in Central Florida. We're catching up with the volunteers helping people during their worst days. Keep it here.
Live from clickorlando.com and WKMG. We're getting results in your neighborhood now at 6 p.m.
Now at 6, Central Florida beginning to pick up the pieces from Hurricane Milton. Many communities still feeling the storm's impacts. Hope you're doing okay out there. Thanks for joining us. I'm Justin Wormuth.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. You're watching News 6 at 6. It is going to be a very long weekend for some people across Central Florida. Streets across our area remain underwater, homes flooded, others damaged by wind and falling trees, and millions more across the state still left in the dark without power tonight. So we want to bring in our co-anchor, Matt Austin. He is out in the field tonight.
Yeah, he's in DeBerry. And Matt, you're there because one of our viewers reached out to us.
Yeah, our viewer, Sandy, she called, and we have work going on right here. A couple of fellas who are delivering sandbags to the other end of that neighborhood. They're using a boat to do just that. I'm going to stay. You might not be able to see me, but you can hear me here. They're doing a lot of work, a lot of yeoman's work out here trying to get these sandbags delivered. Yeah, so Sandy called us today, and she left a message. And when I called her back, she was a little surprised. This is Matt Austin. Is that really you calling? And she said she was terrified because this water 36 hours ago was nowhere near here, even after Milton had left, and it started slowly seeping closer and closer to her home and into her neighbors' homes. And you can see the effort right now to try to keep this water out of this area. On our way up here, we stopped by, and we actually were driving by and randomly saw a long line of cars. It was people who were waiting for food, and it turns out many of the people, this was in the Sanford area, their food had spoiled because their power had gone out, like many of the people in this neighborhood here. Let me show you one woman who was in that line who said she's on a fixed income and she's struggling to keep up and feed herself. So she was here in line trying to get some of that food. Can you tell me what happened at your place?
I had palm trees down. Luckily, they didn't hit a car or anything. My mailbox was torn up. A lot of debris from big trees and everything in my backyard. But all in all, God is good.
Yeah.
And He protected us.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad everybody's okay at your place.
Thank you.
Now, so you're in a line waiting for food. Did this hurricane just complicate things for you?
Yes, it did.
How so? Can you tell me?
Well, lack of electricity and stuff, and so there was spoilage there.
Oh, okay. So you lost some food because you lost electricity.
Right. So I'm here.
So it's crazy to think that just that quickly after Milton comes by, people are already out of food. The food in their refrigerator is spoiled. But those people were brought food by Second Harvest Food Bank, and the Seventh-day Adventist Church there was feeding them. So some impressive stuff. Traveling around today, I've gotten to meet a lot of amazing people who are helping each other out. They're trying to help us out. It's very cool to see. But let me give you the update on some of the numbers that we're getting in here. I just pulled the latest on from my phone. So still tonight, we know at least 2 million Floridians are out of power across the state. In Central Florida, Volusia County is the most impacted where I am, with more than 100,000 people still in the dark. Some of them in this neighborhood right here. Both Duke Energy and OUC say they're not expecting power to be fully restored until late Sunday night. Now, if your power is out and you're relying on a generator to keep the lights on, there's some things that I want to keep in mind. I want you to remember here. Keep that thing outside. A lot of people in this neighborhood are on generators right now. And connect appliances directly to it. Don't wire it directly to your fuse box. If you see utility crews in the area, they ask you to turn that generator off, since the electrical load on the power lines can be dangerous for those who are making repairs. And of course, have a fully charged, properly rated fire extinguisher ready at all times. This is what crews are telling us. And as you're cleaning up around the home, keep an extra close eye while you're walking. The Orange County Sheriff's Office tells us they were called to a home on the north side of Long Lake in Hiawassee around 5 last night. They found a man dead in his yard. While they're looking into what happened, investigators say right now it looks like he stepped on one of those downed power lines while cleaning debris from the storm. Power companies say, got to be careful outside, be wary of those downed power lines. And since they could still be energized and hidden in debris, I've seen them all over the place today. Also, avoid pooled water and flooded streets like the one I'm in right now, since downed wires and electrical equipment could also be hidden below the surface. And as you begin to get a better idea of the damage to and around your home, we're looking into the help FEMA is providing and how that relates to your home insurance. Investigator Mike DeForest is going to have details on that ahead coming up at 6:30. We have so much information for you today packed in these newscasts, and on clickorlando.com. So I am in inland Volusia County, the DeBerry Country Club area that saw way too much water from Milton. But also on the coast, they're having plenty of issues in this same county. Let's get you to Molly Reed for a look at the conditions there.
The mayor here in Holly Hill says this is the worst flooding in city history. He says the canals are full, can't take on much more water, but thankfully the water has gone down in some areas a little bit more today, but police are still doing high water rescues. Some residents are taking matters into their own hands to clean debris out of the drains in hopes it'll get a little bit more of the water out.
We put all the sandbags down, and we bought these little quick dam bags. Some of them didn't do anything.
Yeah.
But, we boarded up with the shutters, and you can only hope for the best. But this is horrible to have to go through this.
Now, more than a problem with the water, the folks who are flooded here and all over Volusia County and Central Florida say if you do not need to drive down their street, please avoid it, because when you do, you're creating a wake that pushes the water even further into their homes, and the police here in Holly Hill back them on that.
As we're cleaning and saving the rooms that didn't have water, that we put our things in from the other room, now those are getting inundated. So now we lost more.
They're inconsiderate when they're coming through, or it could be a lack of education where they don't realize the destruction that they're causing when they're doing stuff like this. We're trying to enforce it the best we can, but there's little to nothing we can pretty much do when it comes to a specific statute.
If you do live on the street or you have to go down it, police want you to go less than 5 miles per hour. Now, the city here in Holly Hill actually ran out of road closed signs, but they say they're trying to get more in from the state. In Holly Hill, I'm Molly Reed, Get 'em Results, News 6.
So we're seeing issues all over this county and really all of our Central Florida counties. And the last thing anybody around here wants to think about is the possibility of another storm in the future. To talk about your weather, I'm going to send it back into the studio. What's it looking like on that front, guys?
Yeah, that's not the toss we want to hear, anything about another storm. That's crazy talk, Matt. Okay, we'll check back with you a little bit later on. But meteorologist Jonathan Kagas joins us now. And there are so many people. It just drives us crazy when you see that kind of information.
It's exhausting to have to diffuse, put that fire out while also doing your job at the same time.
Exactly.
Like, there's so much misinformation that people just run with when they see. So what would you like to say? Please get on top of the soapbox and go.
Here we go. So stay off TikTok, stay off Instagram, and if you see anything about a hurricane named Nadine coming to Florida on October 18th, don't believe it. I think we said the same thing about that Cat 6 lady last year about the time that was coming on Labor Day. That never happened. Now look, the Western Caribbean is still going to be conducive, so I want to be clear about that. There could be something brewing down there over the next week or two, but that is not what you are seeing on social media right now. Somebody has taken Hurricane Helene's track from the Hurricane Center a couple of weeks ago, just 10 days ago, and said that that's going to be Hurricane Nadine coming. It's extremely inappropriate, especially going through this time. I could rant on this about ever. We've got some reels on our social media pages. You can check that out as well. But just terrible stuff there with people who are going through so much right now. In terms of what is actually out there, we do have this little disturbance, that little orange area. It could develop over the next couple of days. It's running into some trouble, thankfully, with some shear out there, but we are going to keep an eye on it. And then this is what we're talking about in that window. Now, it is in that window, again, of what that says. But again, the big deal is that they're using the cone that the Hurricane Center released to forecast from Hurricane Helene. So it's important to note that. But it's going to be in this area, again, where the Central and Western Caribbean is going to be a little conducive for development. We, of course, have our eyes on that. Keep it here to News 6 for all of that trusted information. Again, we're going to break that down for you if we need to. Again, there's nothing imminent here. What is it now, October 11th? Yeah, it's going to be a little bit different than what that person is saying on social media. We'll leave it at that. We are watching right now the water levels, of course, courtesy of Milton. Lake Harney, this is where Catherine is. Matt was just talking about this one as well, cresting at about 10.2 feet. That'll be about 2 feet below the record flood stage. Again, we're going to take a look at more of the water levels as we watch these in real time, unfortunately, continue to rise on the St. John's, guys, coming up in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, still a lot to watch with that. Thank you, Jonathan. Well, we have looked at how Volusia County was impacted in a big way by Hurricane Milton, but Central Florida's western counties also hit hard.
Yeah, News 6's Laverne McGee joins us now live. She is in Astor, where neighbors saw near record flooding. Laverne.
Absolutely, Ginger. I'm here at the St. Johns River. Take a look behind me. You can see how high the water has gone. This is actually a restaurant here, and they're safe inside, but this water is higher than they say they've ever seen it before. You can see the signs in the water almost all the way up here. Now, we are on the Lake County side. You are looking across to Volusia County there. This is the Astor Bridge. Now, what's happening here is they're monitoring this very closely because the water here is higher than it was in 2022 for Hurricane Ian. They have set a record, so they're watching this very closely. We've been out here all day. Thankfully, sunny skies, beautiful out, because they wouldn't have wanted any more water here. What's happening is that there are other smaller rivers that feed into the St. Johns River. Julie Broughton was telling me earlier today about how this works. This river flows north, one of the few rivers in the country that flows north to south. Very critical river here. So they've been watching it closely, making sure that everything is okay. Luckily, we have not had any serious reports here, but you can see there are homes, a lot of businesses. There's a motel here, water flooded all the way up. We've been out here talking to people. They're trying to be calm about it. They unfortunately are used to this. As I said, they had to deal with this for Hurricane Ian, and now with Milton bringing even stronger larger water flows here. So this is something that they're keeping a close eye on over the weekend. There's no boats on here. People are heeding the warning not to bring their boats out here because that also causes the water to splash up and cause more damage and flooding to the homes. So they're keeping an eye on it. Record levels here, but happy to report that we're not hearing of anything too traumatic for people, other than, of course, cleaning up from this heavy water damage. Reporting live in Astor, Laverne McGee, Getting Results, News 6.
Yeah, the best thing we can say is that the weather is going to be nice this weekend, so when people need to get out and about and do the cleanup, they'll have the good weather to do it. Laverne, thank you.
And hopefully they stay off those boats as we get into that
cause
nice
that
weather
wake zone, yeah.
as well. Well, we know a lot of people have so much on their plates following Hurricane Milton.
But worrying about what will be on their plates shouldn't be one of them. After the break, how some Good Samaritans are getting results for people in their time of need.
And we could all use some normalcy after this week. How the Bounce House is hoping to provide that tomorrow. You're watching News 6 at 6, Getting Results in Rockledge, Celebration, and all of Central Florida. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Advent Health, helping the communities we serve to feel whole.
Hey, welcome back to News 6's special coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. We know a lot of people are struggling with the power off right now. In fact, Volusia County in Central Florida, more than 100,000 people. In Florida altogether, 2 million people without power. And the last thing you want if your home is filled with water and you don't have power is to have some sort of illness in your stomach, which can happen in these situations quite often. So let's give you a little help, a little guidance as to when food is safe to eat. USDA says frozen foods can safely be refrozen if you still see ice crystals or if the temperature is no warmer than 40 degrees. They also say everything in your fridge should be good at 40 for up to 2 hours. But if it's longer than that, there are some things you should throw away. So we have a list of which foods can last past that 2-hour mark and what should be thrown out once they're above 40 for over 2 hours. Right now, you can check out this article at clickorlando.com/Milton. So if you're kind of in that area where you're saying, maybe I should eat this, maybe not, I don't know. I know one thing, I would never ask Ginger. She once told me that she ate a hot dog that had been in her car for 4 days. And that is not the kind of thing you want to be risking in situations like this, Ginger.
You know what? I don't need you to tell my business, but it was only one day that hot dog was there. I hate to waste food. I hate to waste food. And it was like, it's still good. It's fine. But yeah, we had a member of our production team. You had to go spend his dinner break yesterday cleaning out his stuff and throwing away a bunch of food, you know? So it breaks my heart when that happens. But it happens when people lose power. Yeah, and it's not just an issue, Matt, in Volusia County. It's all across Central Florida. This is happening.
That's right. News 6's Nathaniel Rivas has some of the efforts to get people the help they need. Nathaniel?
Yeah, that's right. I'm outside Second Harvest Food Bank right now. They might be closed for the moment, but make no mistake, they were hard at work today. Workers were here as early as 7 a.m. to get preparations underway to get food and water for those in need all across Central Florida. We were inside earlier today watching those workers and volunteers get operations back up to speed. Different nonprofits and partners were here loading up trucks full of fruit, vegetables, non-perishable goods, and water. Second Harvest also received large donations this morning, including 4 trailers of boxed meals from Feeding Florida and more than 14,000 boxed meals from Disney. The food bank made it a point to get open as quickly as possible, not only here, but all across Central Florida.
About half of our partner feeding programs that we put food into are up and running today. The other half will get there, but these are the folks that are able to do it, and they're taking that food right back to the people who need it. The people who are flooded, the people who have lost power, and maybe their whole refrigerator, that kind of thing.
It's so important for us to be there, you know, to supply the need. Like I told one of my volunteers that come, and they say, well, we're going to open? I said, of course, because we need to be there in case they need us. You know, we need to be there to take care of the needs of the people. And I'm so grateful, like I say, to Second Harvest, because they help us so much with, you know, the things that they give us, the things that we can purchase, the things that we get, you know, that they provide for us to feed the families. So it's very important that we get out there now.
Now, Second Harvest also has ways you can not only find food, but ways you can provide help. On their website at feedhopenow.org, people can use their food locator page to find different food distribution sites, as well as times they can volunteer and provide donations to right here at Second Harvest Food Bank. Live in Orlando, Nathaniel Rivas, Getting Results News 6, back to you.
Oh, Nathaniel, that is so good to hear. And very often people who have been helped before then volunteer to help other people. So it's a great cycle to have.
It is. And that volunteerism is just so key. We see that all across. I know Matt has seen that as well as he's been reporting in DeBerry.
Yeah.
All right, so we do want to bring in, there he is.
Hey. Is this me? Yeah, I was pretty surprised by the amount of people brought in, the amount of area covered by that food bank. All the way up in Sanford today, people were being fed by that. So pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah, no doubt. And I know we need some nice weather this weekend. We have so many people, present company included, who need to do some cleanup on the yard.
Some yard work. All
A
right.
lot out there.
Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas joins us now at the desk. So, Jonathan, we only want to hear from you if you have some good news about the weekend.
I have fantastic news about the
Then
weekend.
take it away.
And next week. I can talk about this all day. Here we go. Temperatures right now in Daytona Beach at 78 degrees. The breeze still a little stiff out there, sustained at about 15 miles an hour out of the north-northeast. The ocean's still a little rough, so if you're heading in that direction, just be careful. The rip current risk is very high. The surf is still very high. That is a live look in Daytona with our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia Skycam. We're heading back into low tide, so that's going to be good news. That low tide happening just after about 9 o'clock tonight, and then it's going to come up again overnight. So just keep that in mind, that we're going to still get that push from Milton, even though what's left of it is still way out into the Atlantic. Now, currently just a couple of showers hanging around the Space Coast. They're trying to push further inland, but there's a ton of dry air overhead. It's why we've been so sunny today. It's why we've been on the drier side, and it's why you can feel that comfort level starting to go up, and it gets even magnified further as we get into the middle and latter stages of this upcoming work week. Our first big cold front of the season coming down the pipeline. A lot of dry air. That's the orange on your screen right now. This is the water vapor imagery. It's showing the dry level, the moisture content in the mid levels of our atmosphere, and you see the drier air all over the Florida Peninsula, even in parts of the Bahamas. That is going to continue to hang out not only for the weekend, but over the next couple of days. I want to show you something. The dew point temperature is the most important number when it comes to your comfort. The higher it is, the more humidity we have in the atmosphere. So right now we're hanging tight in the low to mid 60s. I have the arrow right here because this is where we typically are in the middle of the summer. We have dew point temperatures routinely in the upper 70s. That's that super uncomfortable stuff. Now we're going to be hanging out right here, and then by the time we get into the end of the week coming up, that's where we're going to be in the 50s and 60s in terms of the dew point temperature. And actually, it's going to fall into that way in the actual air temperature as well. Now here's a look at your pinpoint, accurate forecast.
Sponsored by Strata Air Conditioning and Heating. AC emergency? You ought to call Strata.
So here's that good news, Ginger. Temperatures tomorrow at 10 o'clock back to the mid-70s, 79 by lunchtime. Lots and lots of sunshine. That continues right on through the weekend and really for the week ahead. Look at this. Best 7-day forecast of the season, no doubt so far. 83 tomorrow, 85 on Sunday, back to the mid-80s again on Monday with a lot of sunshine. And there is the cold front, the payoff. It's coming. Tuesday night into Wednesday, 77 degrees will be your high Wednesday afternoon. Lots of sunshine. Again, I think Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, a lot of Central Florida guys waking up in the 50s.
Wow, if you keep this up, you're going to be Employee of the Month.
That's right, Jonathan. Thank you for that, no doubt. All right, Sports Director Jamie Say is here now, fresh off of her hurricane coverage. And Jamie, great job on that. No high school football tonight.
No.
But the show is going on for college football this weekend.
Yeah, it is. You know, how about this? It's already Friday.
Yes.
Right? You kind of lose track of the days. A lot of the high school football games were pushed to Monday, but it is game on tomorrow for the Florida Gators. They're at Tennessee. That should be a fun one. And it's also game on for the UCF Knights. They're at home tomorrow against an older rival, the Cincinnati Bearcats. UCF is looking to bounce back from back-to-back losses. A preview's coming up next.
Hey, welcome back to News 6's special coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. Well, I don't know about you guys back in the studio, but this week has felt like quite the long month. It has been a minute, and I think a lot of people ready to get back to some normalcy, maybe talk about some sports.
Yeah, let's do it. After every storm, we're always looking for a sense of normalcy to return to our everyday lives, and people do look to sports to do that, thank goodness.
Sports provides that, no doubt. Sports director Jamie Say here now. Kickoff still happening this weekend post-Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, like we said earlier, no high school games tonight. Yeah. They're going to be played on Monday. They're going to be played on Tuesday, but college football is still a go. So hopefully this provides some happiness for people around here, right? Yeah, it is game on tomorrow afternoon at the Bounce House. The UCF Knights host the Cincinnati Bearcats at 3:30. UCF is having a Hurricane Milton relief drive during the game, though. Fans are encouraged to bring non-perishable items like water, canned goods, toiletries to IOA Plaza. It's right outside the stadium. It's across from gates 2 through 5. The Knights are also going to hold a moment of support during pregame, too. Now, as for the game, UCF needs to win it. The team needs to function much better than it did last weekend against the Florida Gators. The offense failed to fire in the 26-13 loss in Gainesville. Knights are now coming off back-to-back losses, and more players have announced their intent to transfer. So UCF really needs to recapture momentum with a victory over Cincinnati, its oldest rival in the Big 12.
Well, we got to win. I mean, that's just part of it. We hadn't played very good football the last 2 weeks. We got to win. I expect us to do that, and I think we'll finish strong. And all of our goals are still intact, but we have to improve. I mean, there's no doubt about that, and we will. Like I said, this is kind of turned into a rivalry game for our program.
All right, speaking of rivalries, this one started way back in 1916. A season ago, the Florida Gators, though, upset the Tennessee Volunteers. It was arguably Billy Napier's best win as the Gators head coach so far. Tomorrow, the Gators are going for a repeat. They're going to try for one. Florida kicks off at number 11 Tennessee at 7 o'clock. Gators are coming off a solid performance last weekend against UCF. The defense held the Knights to just 1 touchdown. You know, that's likely not going to happen against Tennessee. Coach Josh Heupel's up-tempo offense is 4th in the country in scoring, averaging 45 points a game. But the Volunteers can be beat. Arkansas upset them last Saturday.
I know they struggled a little bit last week, but in our league right now, heck, each week is like an NFL game. You know, it's coming down to the last second.
Florida's playing their best ball right now. They've continued to get better throughout the course of the season. That's really in all 3 phases. You know, defensively, long, athletic, have speed. Offensively, you know, both of the quarterbacks are playing really good football right now.
Despite that, the Gators are big underdogs tomorrow. All right, but check out our college football coverage tomorrow night on After the Whistle. Ryan Welch and I will have highlights and reaction from the UCF game, the Gator game, and a lot more. After the Whistle is every Saturday night at 11:35. Florida State, Miami, by the way, are off this weekend. So if you want some college football, tune in to After the Whistle.
Oh, it just feels right, Jamie. It just feels right. All right, stay with us. Don't go anywhere. News 6 at 6:30 is still to come. We'll be right back.
Live from clickorlando.com, News 6 Plus, and WKMG. We're getting results in your neighborhood now at 6:30 p.m.
Hurricane Milton has come and gone, but one community fears things are only going to get worse. What they're working on now before it does. Good evening. This is News 6 at 6:30, getting results. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
And I'm Justin Warmouth. Cleanup and recovery are going to be the themes of this weekend, really across Central Florida. Several areas still dealing with flooding, downed trees, damage to homes and buildings from those high winds and the tornadoes caused by the storm. Also, millions of people statewide still without power this evening. And we now want to bring in anchor Matt Austin. He is live in the field.
Yeah, Matt, you're up in DeBary tonight, actually, because one of our viewers reached out to us and they have concerns about that community. So you answered the call. The street where you're standing there is really flooded.
Yeah, we got a call from Sandy, who lives in this community, and she said something really weird is happening. Milton, the hurricane, passed by, and their street was fine. And then all of a sudden, she started looking at the storm drains, and they were filling up with water. And as you can see, plenty of her neighbors have water getting very close, and in some cases inside their home. So we came out here. We wanted to get her results, at least get her the information that she needed to know what she needs to do about her house and her belongings. And so some of the neighbors here, just to take a look, we've been showing you this for the last 4.5 hours or so. We've been out here. You see where they have marked off the water line? I was hoping to tell you at this point that the water line has been going down, but it looks right about where they marked it a few hours ago. So the good news is the water seems to have stabilized. It's not getting closer and closer to these homes. But after Sandy called us, we talked to the city manager out here, who told us that they do have a pump running 24/7 right now. It's on a big generator, and it is flushing out 14,000 gallons of water per hour, and it's sending it out of there. But he says the issue is so bad, they got so much rain quickly that they're just kind of playing catch up right now, trying to keep their heads above water, literally. Now, one thing that's interesting about this neighborhood, my photographer, Corey Murray, was out here. As we pulled in, he goes, I remember this neighborhood during Tropical Storm Faye. And I have a picture that he took 16 years ago in this very same neighborhood. So I've shown this to some of the neighbors, and we've said, look, things can get much worse in this neighborhood. And it made him feel a little better, I think, because, yeah, in that case, he said people were opening the doors to their homes and waist-high water was just stagnant inside there. You could see people's belongings floating around. So just an interesting side note from this area, that it has been struggling with flooding problems for decades now. The city's been trying to correct it, and they think they've made some positive moves, but still, it's far from perfect. And people in these homes have a lot of questions like, what do I do? Who do I contact, specifically when it comes to FEMA and the federal government, to try to get some of this, some help, some sort of federal assistance in this case? So we put our investigator, Mike DeForest, on that. And Mike, what can people do? The problem is right now, though, they can't specifically get any help from Milton in particular, right?
Exactly, and we're told it's just a matter of time. Technically, we need to, well, the way the process works is the state of Florida has to ask the government for assistance. We're told that has been done. Now we just got to get through the process, and it could happen at any time where the parts of Florida that were impacted by Hurricane Milton are declared federal disaster zones. Only then can people start applying for individual assistance. Now, once that declaration is made, eligible victims can receive a $750 disaster assistance payment from FEMA that does not need to be paid back. That money is intended for essentials like food, water, medicine, and clothes. Now, depending on certain qualifications, additional FEMA money will be available to pay for home repairs, home rentals, or other lodging. Money will also be available for personal property, things like vehicles, appliances, or computers, as well as child care and medical bills. Qualified individuals can receive a maximum of $46,600 in FEMA assistance for just housing, and then that same maximum amount for other needs. Now, once Hurricane Milton is added to the disaster list, and we're still waiting for that, you'll be able to apply for aid using the FEMA mobile app or on the agency's website, disasterassistance.gov. You can also call 800-621-FEMA. That phone line is staffed from 7 in the morning until 11 at night. You can also speak to someone in person by visiting a FEMA disaster recovery center. Now, right now, there are none here in Central Florida. The closest is in Hillsborough County. Up-to-date addresses for disaster recovery centers can be found on FEMA's website. And again, to be clear, right now, only victims of Hurricane Helene are eligible for federal assistance. We expect Hurricane Milton to be added to that disaster list sometime later tonight. We'll let you know when that happens. Matt?
All right, some great information there from our investigator, Mike DeForest. Thank you very much. We wanted to put all the resources that you need for this storm all in one place. It's at clickorlando.com/Milton Resources. It breaks it down by county and can give you any of the information that you need at this point. So I know a lot of people, as we focus on this weekend and moving into the cleanup, specifically for folks who have to wait a little while for water to recede, they really are hoping for some nice weather this weekend to aid all of that, guys.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about that, Matt. I think if you mention rain, we don't like that. We don't want it. Doesn't look like that, but we do want to bring in meteorologist Jonathan Kegis. A big question that a lot of people have, Jonathan, is they see the rainfall that Volusia County accumulated there, 22 inches in some spots, and they wonder why this wasn't as bad as Ian. When it comes to those river levels at flood stage, they said Ian was worse than what Milton brought us. Can you explain the reason why?
Yeah, so I'm going to show you exactly why here. We'll bring up the map in just 1 second. So this is going to be the river levels, and the only spot right now anyway, and expected to eclipse what Ian did, is the St. Johns River at Astor, and we have broken that record from Ian. Now, the dots are a little small here on the screen, but here we go in Astor. That's where our purple major flood stage and record flood stage is. Then here we go to the St. Johns near DeLand. Right now, we're in moderate flood stage. And then as we move down into Sanford for us there, we are in minor flood stage. And then a little bit further down the St. Johns, that's the little blue line that's going through Brevard, and then right up through Orange and Seminole. The situation gets a little bit better. Now, the reason for that is because where the rain actually fell, in Ian, we had the heaviest rain. Pretty much everybody got heavy rain with Ian, flooding rain with that. But the reason for that is because the most of the water ended up falling in Brevard County, Osseo, at least the most of it, and then had to drain south to north up the St. Johns River and then all ended up into Astor. So that is why we're doing a little bit better and not exceeding the flood from Ian, because most of the rain fell right about in through here rather than pretty much everywhere, including the southern part of the basin, guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. So if you haven't already, be sure to download our Hurricane Tracker app, our Pinpoint Weather app, and the News 6 app to watch the latest updates on your area. It's a great resource to have, especially after a hurricane like this, because all you need to get the latest information and have internet access, and we will be there for you 24/7 with the latest information.
And we've had crews all across Central Florida today monitoring the damage and those cleanup efforts in different communities all around the place.
Yeah, News 6's Catherine Silver is live in Geneva tonight, where water is expected to keep on rising through next week.
That's right. We have been watching those projections very closely along with our Pinpoint Weather team and all of you. And yes, it does seem like the St. Johns River above Lake Harney will reach major flood stage this weekend. Now, neighborhood streets like this one, they're already flooded. This is Retreat Road. It's not far from Mullet Lake. There's more than a foot of water here on the road already, and the river has not crested yet. It's not the worst case scenario, but there is still worry along the St. Johns River. This is the major impact from Milton. Major flooding here on Retreat Road.
It would be about right here.
Erica McCall and her family say only high-rise vehicles are getting in and out. The shoulder has become a parking lot. Any water in homes, or is it all on the roads?
It's all on the roads right now, but the river's going to continue to come up. And the last storm, it was 7 inches from going inside our house.
Emergency officials say the water will keep rising through the next week as all of the rain flows through the St. Johns River.
And if there's not additional rain, it will be below the record level in Hurricane Ian. It's still high, but it is not at that catastrophic level that we experienced during Hurricane Ian. We are all praying that that's the case.
At the Geneva fire station, the rush to get ready as people grab sandbags.
We just sent bagging up many bags as we can for the community.
Disaster supplies are staged at the World Heritage Center.
The tarps are helpful. We had some leaks.
but I'll just go ahead and throw this on the roof with some sandbags.
Rescue crews have already used their high water trucks to answer a medical call on Bandit Way. Whitcomb Drive is still passable, but yards and driveways are flooded.
If you're comparing it to Ian, it looks like a month after Ian. The Whitcomb is not bad, no water really on the road yet. There was water right after the hurricane. It receded a bit.
Gabriel Madlang is without power, and he hopes he won't be without access.
Just having access to the house, being able to get sandbags is really helpful. Against boat garage, against the shed door, against the 2 back doors that we have. All that's pretty low, and I think some of my neighbors are doing the same.
And the people here are so resilient. They prove that every single time I meet someone new. In fact, I actually met Gabriel for the first time 2 years ago, right after Hurricane Ian. And yes, it looks like this time the water level is not going to be that bad. If the projections do hold, the St. Johns River above Lake Harney will be about 2 feet below what it was during Ian. Of course, that is still major flooding. It means water on the roads and around homes for days. I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
Yeah, it's just going to take time.
And they are resilient. I'm glad you made a great point, Catherine. No doubt about that. And they love where they live, or they would move. If they knew this is always the case, they would move. They just love it out there in Geneva. It is a beautiful place. So we hope that they can get back on their feet soon.
Let us hope so. Well, still to come, the warning about storm damage you may see online after Hurricane Milton.
That's right. First, though, a couple having to completely start their lives over after Milton destroyed their home. How they're hoping their community can help them get results. You're watching News 6 at 6, getting results for Rockledge, Celebration, and all of Central Florida. Stay with us.
Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Hurricane Milton has done so much damage, including destroying homes, and nobody knows that better than a Leesburg couple. They owned a home, they bought it 3 years ago, and this thing has already been destroyed, and now they're hoping the community will help them find a new place to live. News 6's Jarrell Baker has more on this story. Jarrell?
Carlos Rodriguez is trying to clear a path on Old Colony Road in Leesburg after Hurricane Milton's strong winds knocked down this massive tree onto his home.
Over here's where you can see the tree real well.
It's a small step he and his wife Dina are taking on their long road to recovery after losing everything.
When we first pulled up and I got out of the vehicle, I bursted out crying. I was like, my house is destroyed. It is totally destroyed.
The couple bought this home 3 years ago and say it's where they saved their marriage.
He wasn't going to buy it, but he saw the potential in it. To help me out, he bought it because we were going through
Separation,
and this is pretty much our home of reconciliation.
Thankfully, the couple made a life-saving decision to evacuate right before the storm.
But if we were sitting on the couch, he usually lays down on the couch, we would have been dead.
Yeah.
He would have been dead.
The two will stay in their hotel off of International Drive for the next 2 days, but after that, they'll be homeless.
It's completely totaled. We don't have insurance because insurance doesn't do these type of structures. You know, we could have had renter's insurance, but it really only covers what's inside.
Their only option right now is to sell off everything they can.
I'm noticing now, even
That's
myself,
not straight no more neither.
how you see the angle that it shifted the whole trailer.
Luckily, several friends in their community offered them a place to stay while they figure things out.
We love the community. We love it here. It's a great neighborhood.
Close to my job.
Yeah, it's convenient for me because the residents know me. They allow me to work on their homes.
The couple created a GoFundMe, hoping to raise $15,000 to put a down payment on a new home to replace their trailer and stay in the community. In Leesburg, Jarrell Baker, Getting Results, News 6.
Well, we wish them the best. I know that their community is going to come out for them, I would imagine. I know that just we're standing here around people whose homes are flooded, and every time there's a break, that, hey, can we get you some mosquito spray? Can I give you a snack? They tried to give my photographer some wine. He wouldn't take it. So we appreciate everybody's kindness out here today. And I will say the weather has been, I have not felt weather like this in Florida in a very long time, guys.
Yeah, we have paid the tax, and now we're reaping the reward.
Oh my gosh, meteorologist Jonathan Kegas joins us now to talk about how we should take advantage of this weekend. I know we want to just kind of lounge around and relax, but there's work to be done, but still it's going to be nice.
Unfortunately, yeah, a lot of people are going to be cleaning up, whether it's removing limbs or a little bit worse, as Matt has been talking about, and our crews across Central Florida have been showing you. But it's going to be fantastic. The humidity is even low. And check out this shot here in Daytona Beach as the sun is setting.
Is that now?
That is right now, happening in real time. Fantastic. What a way to end a crazy week. Temperature is back to the upper 70s at the beach right now. That's a live look with our Daytona Toyota DeLand Kia Skycam. Still a touch breezy for us along the coast. Certainly nowhere near to the wind that we've seen over the past couple of days. And that breeze, as we've been talking about over the past couple of days, will continue to gradually subside. This is through the rest of the evening. Wind gust by tomorrow morning hanging around 10 miles an hour, so nothing basically. And then it'll ramp up just a little bit, 15, 20 miles an hour along the coast, a little bit lighter than that inland. But it's going to be more of that refreshing breeze as well as the humidity. While it's not completely wiped clean and not going to be as comfortable as what we're going to see in a couple days, it's still going to be much, much better than also where we've been. Couple of very itty-bitty showers. Palm Bay, good evening. We have a downpour just out to sea. That's likely going to fizzle out by the time it even gets to you guys. Then we have a couple of extra downpours out into the middle of the Atlantic. Again, they're trying to advance a little further to the coast, but the dry air is gobbling them up because it is everywhere. All the orange that you see on your screen, that is the dry air in the mid-levels of our atmosphere. So anything that does try to grow a little bit, again, gets kind of gobbled up. Here for that, here's a look at your pinpoint. Accurate forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Florida Lottery.
Gorgeous day tomorrow. Temperatures back to the mid-70s by 10 o'clock, right around 80 by lunchtime. We'll jump into the low to mid-80s tomorrow with a mix of clouds and sunshine, tons of sunshine to start the afternoon. And again, most of us are going to be dry for the next really 7 days, because we're going to have another influx of some super dry air. Here's what's going on around the country right now. Eastern third, pretty cool right now. Northeast in the 60s. We're back in the 70s right now. All the warmth kind of bubbled and bottled up in the nation's heartland towards parts of the Great Lakes. But look back to the west, upper Midwest, northern plains. The 60s are there. That is where the air that is coming to us later next week is currently hanging out, and we are going to reap the benefits of that. The biggest cold front of the season, the first big cold front of the season, is on our doorstep. 83 degrees tomorrow. We're back into the mid-80s on Sunday. We're at 86 degrees on Monday under a mostly sunny sky. 85 on Tuesday. That's when our front slides through. And look what happens by Wednesday morning. 62 degrees. I think a lot of us, especially northwest of I-4, going to fall into the 50s, and then I think a lot of us everywhere are going to wake up into the 50s on early Thursday morning. Again, temperatures both Wednesday and Thursday in the mid to upper 70s. We are hanging right around 80 degrees on Friday with a few extra clouds starting to work their way back in, guys.
Yeah, we deserve it. Thank you, Jonathan. Still to come, you're going to see a lot of photos and videos in the days after Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, we're going to show you why you need to be careful about what you really do see.
Test, 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 test. Cable works.
Cable works.
Thank you. Yep.